Board of Education of Moore County Schools is hereby in session. First of all, let me look at, we're going to be talking about approving the agenda. The agenda has an item on it, which is 3C, and that's the duty-free lunch. That was originally, Mr. Holmes wanted to talk about that. So my suggestion is that we adopt the agenda, eliminating duty-free lunch at this time, because Mr. Holmes is not going to be here, I think he said until noon at the earliest. And he's interested in this. So my thought would be to bring this up in, November. So, because this is one of the things that he's interested in. So do I have an amendment to the agenda to eliminate item C? And by the way, if he comes back in by a 2/3 vote, we can put it back on.
Well, Mr. Chair, before we proceed, I have a point of order.
Okay, well, go ahead for your point.
As I pointed out before the meeting began, and I gave Dr. Locklear a copy. I don't see Cindy here, but I'd like this entered into the record. Several months ago, you came up with this idea of Robert's rules for small organizations. And what ended up happening is it appears that the chair had incomplete information or picked and chose what rules of small organizations that the chair wants to follow. And I'm pretty sure that we want to make sure we're following Robert's rules. Robert's rules in the rules for small organizations, as every board member can see, number 2 is motions need not be seconded. I've tried to bring this up in 2 previous meetings, and I got gavelled down by the chair. But I'm going to insist, if we're going to follow the rules for small organizations, that we're going to follow them in their entirety as written in Robert's rules. We're not just going to leave out ones that the chair doesn't like. So my question for the chair is, are we going to follow Robert's rules for small organizations in their entirety, or are you going to pick and choose which ones you care to make us follow?
Well, Mr. Hensley, I thank you for the information. This is a rather long document, and I will definitely study it. I think what you've given is an opinion.
Mr. Levy, I have it right here.
Excuse me, Mr. Hensley, I'm not finished yet. I believe what you've given me is an opinion. I will tentatively overrule your point of order, but I will study it for the upcoming meetings.
So
now, that being completed, we'll move to the approval of the agenda. Do I have a motion to delete at this time item 3C from the agenda?
So moved.
Okay, is there a second?
Mr. Chair, point of order.
Yes.
A motion doesn't have to be seconded according to Robert's rules. I got it right here, Mr. Chair. It's 8 bullet points. Number 2 is
Okay,
motions need
all right.
not be seconded.
At this point in time, I'm going to overrule you. I will take a look. I mind you that you just gave this to me about 30 seconds ago, or maybe a minute ago. Maybe it's 2 minutes. I have not had a chance to look at it. We'll continue to go through the same procedure as we have been doing since I've been chair, and certainly before then. But I will be happy to research this later on. Now, was there a second to that?
I'll second it, but if Ms. Caldwell has any questions while we're removing it, that Mr. Holmes is not going to be here for the duty-free lunch, so we're taking it off tentatively, since he was the one questioning it, put it back on November unless he wants it to come back on later on today, if and when he shows up. Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. So with that amendment, is there? Okay. Unless there's further discussion.
Mr. Chair, I have discussion.
Yes.
I make a motion to amend Mr. Benway's motion, and my motion to amend is to remove all board action items from from today's work session. And I wish to discuss why we should not set the precedent of putting action items on the work session.
Okay. Is there a second? Hearing no second, the motion fails for lack of a second.
Point of order, Mr. Chair,
Yes.
that's in violation of Robert's rules. Robert's rules is, which you say you're an expert on,
Okay.
and you modified
You're-
Robert's
you're-
rules on the fly three meetings ago when you pulled out this small meeting stuff, and it's right here. It says,
I
Motions need not be
I
seconded.
I understand that, Mr. Hensley. You're overruled.
of course,
Okay.
of course, because
So the
you
motion
all-
fails for lack of a second. We'll move to a vote on the agenda. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
No.
The agenda's adopted. Okay, moving, Mr. Benway, why don't you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Have a, go to the vice chair for a moment of silence.
If you'll join me in a moment of silence, please. Thank you.
Okay.
Question.
Yes.
Why do we have half-staff out front? Any idea?
I believe the governor, I'm just guessing, but I believe I heard this. The governor has ordered flags half-staff for Dianne Feinstein.
Oh,
Okay. Am I correct?
We'll look into that. Charlie gets the information from the governor's office, so we'll look into that. Charlie, if you can, at a moment today, and confirm the why.
That's
Yep.
fine. Okay. It's probably
Now, there was also a recent passing of a former senator, if I'm not mistaken, or state representative, so that could be it as well, but I'll have Charlie research it. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Let's go to item 2A, the school improvement requirements, processes and procedures.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, board members, and good morning to the A-team we have in front of you this morning, Dr. Metcalf, Ms. Simon, Ms.
Stole my
Stewart,
words
Ms.
again,
Gephardt.
Dr. Luckner.
We thought this would be a timely topic to bring in front of the board for board training. Coming up mid-month, we have 2 special meetings to review our school improvement plans that are coming to you for approval this year. The board may recall that every year you get roughly half of our schools coming forward with their plans. These are 2-year plans. You'll hear some of this information today and come to you for your approval based on the team's work of putting together that plan. You also will see in front of you this year our low performance schools plans and the plans that you had asked to see again from Southern Pines Elementary and Aberdeen Elementary. So we thought it would be timely just to give this again. The purpose today is to ground you in the systems, processes, policy, law around school improvement planning in our state, and how we, as I like to say, plan the work and work the plan here in Moore County Schools as part of the Moore County Schools way. So with that, I'll turn it over to Mike, and we'll dive right in. You're going to have some sit and get, but you're also, I think, going to get to dig into some plan, how to access the plans as well this morning. Mike?
Yes, we are. We're going to put the board to work a little bit this morning, Dr. Locklear. Plan the work and work the plan. I've been hearing that, I think, for about 8 years now. And Dr. Locklear came and really doubled down on school improvement. So we're looking. If you can pull up the presentation, Charlie, for me, please. Should be a presentation. It's not linked.
Go to the agenda, Charlie. Is that off the agenda?
a good way to start.
Click on the executive summary again, Charles. Now, to click on it again from the agenda, it may have been updated. Since maybe you downloaded, I don't know. Huh. We'll get it pulled up. Heather will pull it up.
that's fine.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Heather.
Not sure what happened
Well, the purpose of, I'll tell you the purpose, while she's pulling that up.
We'll adapt.
We'll adapt and move on. That's exactly right. We do want to put you to work today, get you into the plans, but we also want to share a little bit about the school improvement process. I would like to take a few minutes to examine some of the laws that guide the development and implementation of the school improvement plan. We want to review the local policy and how it's aligned to school improvement, and then our accountability process and our practices to make sure that we're effectively implementing and continuing our work with our students. This is all in preparation, as Dr. Locklear mentioned, for October 17th and 18th, where we have two specially called meetings for the board, where we'll review the actual school improvement plans. But today, we're going to give you an opportunity to log in, see the live plans, and work around in those a little bit. They're pulling that up. I just remind you of the Moore County Schools Way. It's just an opportunity to do that whenever we get the chance. Of course, that includes our professional learning teams. That's a word you hear a lot about. The teachers coming together, reviewing the data, working together, growing effective, engaging, impactful lesson planning, the school improvement process, effective and engaging and impactful instruction, and of course, the instructional frameworks as well. Dr. Locklear talks about the dimensions of success triangle. Again, something that we've been talking about for 7 or 8 years now, moving toward outcomes. At the top of that triangle, on one side, relationships, that Moore County Schools way. Relationships being critical. On the other end, systems and processes. You bring systems and processes together with relationships. Ultimately, you achieve outcomes. So, what is school improvement? It is the process of analyzing through a comprehensive needs assessment our data to determine areas for improvement that is related to school improvement. So effective school improvement planning contributes to the overall school performance by, one, establishing and understanding the big picture of a school's current state, including student achievement, the environment, the school environment, the teacher community, the parent community, any kind of administrative issues. It's getting that big picture. It's then reaching consensus across that school community, which includes the parents as well as the teachers and staff, of what needs are of the highest priority. I'm getting this there, Charlie. Thank you. Thank you, Charlie. Thank you, Heather. I appreciate you finding that. So once you've reached consensus on what's the highest priority, then we have to put in action steps based on the potential for that improved overall student school performance, and then identify implementation objectives, tasks, including the specific targets and effective practices and milestones required to address those high priorities, those high school priorities. There's a number of legislation pieces that is worth us having some background on. General Statute 115C-105.27 really outlines school improvement. Obviously, school improvement team is elected by respective groups by a secret ballot at the school. The team must include administration, instructional personnel, instructional support personnel, such as teacher assistants, and parents of students who are enrolled at the school. And then, of course, open meeting laws apply as well. There's a couple of items from 115C-105.27 that I would like to highlight just because I think that they're important, so bear with me. One, parents shall be elected by parents of children enrolled in the school, an election conducted by the parent-teacher organization of the school or by the largest organization formed for this purpose. It is public records. The school improvement plan, except for the school safety plan components of the plan, is a public record. The names of the members of the school improvement team, their positions, and the date of their election to the school improvement team shall also be posted on the website. The school Safety components of the plan are not public records, however. All school improvement plans must be data-driven to the best extent possible, and the school improvement team shall use the EVAS, and you'll hear that term, the Education and Value-Added Assessment, a number of times. You'll see it in the plans as you go through. School improvement plans must be clear, unambiguous targets, explicit indicators, and actual measures, and a time frame for meeting those measures. The school votes on the plan. Principal brings that forward for the proposed school improvement to all the principals, assistant principals, instructional personnel, instructional support personnel, teachers, assistants assigned to the school building for their review and their vote, and that is done by secret ballot. The board has the opportunity to either accept or reject the school improvement plans, but they cannot make any substantive changes to the school improvement plan that it accepts. If you reject a plan, it goes back to the school for review, and they prepare a second plan. And ultimately, there is a process to resolve any kind of conflict if it comes to that after 60 days. The effective period of the plan is for no more than 2 years. However, the school improvement team may amend the plan as much as necessary or as often. And so you'll see these are live plans you'll be looking into, but throughout the course of the year, they may be adjusted by the school improvement team as more data becomes available, as they succeed on one particular goal or objective. They may add additional action steps. And so the plans are often changed throughout the course of the year as they go through evaluation.
Question. When is the board apprised of these changes? At what point?
The board is, we don't officially or necessarily bring any changes to the board. We have not in the past, but the board is welcome. They're open meetings. The plans are live data, as you'll see later today, so you would see any changes if you were engaged in a particular school.
I think it'd be useful if we had some kind of a summary report periodically to update us on what's going on. I'm sure there'll be a lot of these inputs made, and the potential to collect them together, I think, is worth doing.
Certainly.
Yeah, and I would note that usually what you're talking about there with changes is going to be a change, an action step that didn't work, or a new action step, or maybe something that was accomplished because it was only an action step that should be accomplished within a quarter of work. And so often that's some of the changes you'll see in the plans, not huge overlapping goal changes or things of that nature. It's usually into the weeds of the plan, of the action steps and the monitoring, but great point. There's certainly we can put our heads together and think of a reporting mechanism.
Those significant things, I think, that are worth bringing up, probably.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
All right. I guess I need the microphone. Good morning. So we're going to dive into the policy just a little bit more. I know that Dr. Metcalf talked about those pieces of the policy and went through and talked about general statute. Moore County Schools Board Policy 5910 goes through what that school improvement plan policy is. The school improvement teams need to be held at convenient locations to facilitate parent engagement. Because we do want parents to be a part of that. We also ask that the parents that are involved, part of that school improvement team, are not necessarily parents that are employees as well, because we want to have parents that are not also school employees. Specify effective instructional practices and methods to be used to increase proficiency and growth rates across all student groups, and eliminate predictability of achievement. And I know that Donna's going to talk a little bit more about that when she goes to her part. Everything that they do in their school improvement plan should align to the Moore County Schools strategic plan. So the goals, all of those things need to align to the Moore County Schools strategic plan. And then it has to be data driven. So the action steps, the decisions that are made within those school improvement plans are all data driven. They look at the comprehensive needs assessment, perception, demographic, and also process data points. So what is your role as the school board? According to General Statute 115C-47, just a couple of things to highlight here. Local boards shall adopt a policy to ensure that each principal has established a school improvement team under those responsibilities. It's also your duty to make sure that the superintendent or the superintendent's designee provides appropriate guidance to principals to make sure that those teams are established and they're following the guidelines that they need to follow in order to have their school improvement team and school improvement plan. The principals will work together with their teams. So it's not just the principal developing the plan. They work together with their team to develop, review, and amend the school improvement plans for their schools. So like was shared before, when they're amending, they're not necessarily changing complete goals, but what they're looking at is, do these action steps make sense? Have we met this specific goal? Have we met this specific target? What are some things that we need to do to continue with that growth for our students? As Dr. Metcalf had said, the local Board of Education shall also accept or reject the school improvement plan. So as we work together on those 2 dates that we have the meetings where you'll look at the school improvement plans, you'll either accept or reject those plans. Any changes that are made in the school improvement plan, the substantive changes, once they're accepted, they're accepted. And then if you are rejecting a plan, there has to be specific reasons why it's rejected. Boards should not just say, we're just rejecting it because it's this school. There has to be specific reasons as to why that plan is being rejected. And then the schools will submit it to the local board to accept or reject. So that's what's going to be done in the coming weeks. So just a couple bullet points in general of local school board powers and duties. Ensure each principal has established a school improvement team by reviewing the school improvement plans each year. So there's a responsibility to review those plans every single year. And I will say that each school does have a school improvement team. Work with a superintendent or superintendent's designee to direct and support principals to develop and implement effective school improvement plans. We want to make sure that those school improvement plans are effective and are looking at those data points to make sure we're growing where we need to. And then review school improvement plans, provide feedback, and approve and reject those school plans. So as we meet in the coming weeks, those would be the responsibilities.
Let me ask just one question. Do we have to look at each school improvement plan each year for all the schools? I thought that's what you were saying, but I thought we do it differently.
Yeah, it's a 2-year plan, and so we bring back all the schools that are low performing, but every 2 years, and we have them we have half the schools, so they come alternate for the 2 years if MIG comes up, if that makes sense.
Actually, that I understand, but I thought you said something different in there, that we have to review them each year. Am I wrong?
Ensure each principal has established a school improvement team by reviewing the school improvement plans each year. It says to review it. You don't have to approve them or reject them every year, just reviewing them. And Heather's going to share some information so that you can review those.
Okay, because I knew we only review them every 2 years or something like that. And I'm just wondering whether we're consistent with the law or whatever you're reading from there. Just a question.
We approve them every 2 years, but we review them annually.
Okay.
All right, and then school improvement and action legislative guidelines. So school safety plans. So the school safety plans are part of the school improvement team, or part of the school improvement plan. Those plans will be shared with you during closed session on October 10th. The reason that they're shared during closed session is because they're safety plans, and we want to make sure that we are maintaining the safety of our buildings, our students, and our staff. So that's why that's not part of the public meeting. School safety plans presented, like I said, in closed session to the local board. You can provide feedback to the schools during that time about their school safety plan, and then you'll vote to approve the school safety plans at the same meeting that the school improvement plans are approved. So they're approved with the school improvement plan. So during those closed session meetings, you'll be able to review those, ask questions, give feedback as needed.
There we go. I just had to push the right button. So I love that Dr. Locklear started. We build our plan and we work our plan. I will tell you, having been in other districts, sometimes school improvement is a dusty old notebook that doesn't get pulled out, and that is not the case with Moore County schools. We consistently have and focus on school improvement. Our principals are consistently talking about it. We are consistently analyzing data. Every data point we get, our principals will have groups of folks come in and do data dives. I've been in several schools already this year, and we've really looked at data and where we need to go and created actionable steps based on that data. It is about collaborative planning. So school improvement, what I love is the shared accountability. It is not just all the principal and the AP. In a school improvement plan, you will see members of that school improvement team all throughout with a shared responsibility. And that's what that collaborative planning does. We're all focused on these actionable steps. You will see strong implementation of the Moore County Way, as Dr. Metcalf mentioned. We believe in those instructional frameworks, and we believe in making sure that we have professional learning teams that allow our teachers the opportunity to collaborate, look at data, and how we better meet the needs of our students, looking at core. We monitor and adjust the processes. You heard Jamie mentioned, so it might be a minor tweak. So for example, I might have in my school improvement plan to monitor core instruction of phonics instruction that I'm going to monitor until November. But then in November, I may add an additional actionable step. If I know that it's going to fidelity in my building, now I might want to look at the data. So I might add an actionable step. So as Jamie mentioned, we don't have huge changes, but we do have additional actionable steps that help us propel our student achievement in our building. We evaluate the processes. I will definitely say what is amazing when you look and work with these teams, they really look at all of the data, have good discussion, open-minded of what we can do with these actionable steps to move our achievement. So it's sort of like moving that needle forward. What do we need to do to keep moving and keep growing our students? With school improvement, I want to first say they are always aligned to the district strategic plan. That is our focus. Whatever the district has established, that's what our school improvement teams are then looking at. They're analyzing that district school improvement plan, and then they are writing their plans to mimic and to help support their school in meeting the goals of our district strategic plan.
I have a question. I'm glad to hear that, because that's not the case that I saw in the last 2 years. So, and I pointed that out last year, that most of the school, almost none of the school improvement plans were aligned with the new district mission statement. And I'm glad to hear that, just like in the military, you have the commander's intent, and then that flows down, and then the subordinate elements do that. I'm glad to hear an emphasis on that, because that's why you have a board of directors, is to set the intent. Now, that being said, what we don't want is, the intent comes from the board, whether it's any company, whether it's a military organization, whether it's the President of the United States or Apple Computers. But what needs to happen is the intent's derived from the board, but we expect, or at least I expect, creativity and imagination on how to solve the individual problems. So it's not a lockstep thing, where, the board dictates how to do it, but clearly the mission gets derived from our intent. And I'm glad to see that, because that was not the case last year.
You set our direction, and I think you'll see these school improvement plans really have the intent of our strategic plan in focus. These are 2-year plans, so I want to say that. So in 2022, my plan is going to go till 2024. What may be different, though, is I might have an actionable step that was put in place in 2022, but our team is still working on it. We may tweak that actionable step. So what you'll see often in the school improvement plans is under notes. I may make a note as a school improvement team. We are continuing to gather data. We've moved from 56 to 62. However, we want to continue this action step to grow and increase our student achievement in X area. So just be aware, they are 2-year plans, so there might be some actionable steps from 2022 with a note. There might be some actionable steps from 2023 that, as that school improvement team got together this summer and did their comprehensive needs assessment, they said, oh, we've got to add X, Y, and Z because we really need to focus this. So I want you to be aware that it is a living, evolving document. When Dr. Locklear says we don't just put it on a shelf, he's exactly right. They work those plans. We have conversations at our leading and learning meetings where they're having conversations about where they are in their plans and the different actionable steps they're working on so they can share ideas. Part of it is growing our leaders so that I might get a great idea from Heather so that I can put that in my actionable steps. They are data-driven. You heard Dr. Metcalf mention EVOS, EOGs, EOCs, etc. We are looking for root causes, determining the actions to address them, and appropriately placing students on the direct course of achievement. The goals are SMART, and our actionable steps are actions that the school can take with measurable outcomes that they are looking for. It is a vote by secret ballot. So for me to get on the school improvement team, I can't go to my principal and say, hey, I want to be on the school improvement team. I am put on a ballot, and the staff at that school votes by secret ballot. And then all of our all of our school improvement plans are available and viewable on NC Star. So you're able to use a guest login and see every single school improvement plan. We talked about SMART goals, and we spent a lot of time with our principals on making sure those goals are specific, they're measurable, attainable, relevant, and time-bound. So if I am writing a school improvement plan this year in 2023, my plan is going to go through 2025. So my SMART goal might be to increase my achievement from 56.2 to 66.2 between 2022 and 2023, 2025. So they are relevant. There's a timestamp on there where I can monitor my progression to that. They are measurable, so I'm going to do this to get to this. And they are very specific. So it might be a reading goal, a math goal, a science goal, or you might see one goal that puts all of those in the same goal, but with specific benchmarks for each of those subject areas. The action steps are where I call the rubber meets the road. This, to me, is school improvement. We've got our goal. We're all working to our goal, but we have actionable steps that help us meet those goals. So these are developed. They are developed with that goal in mind, and they are the things we are going to do in school to make sure that we are moving forward to meet our goal. I love it when I'm in a PLT and I hear, that's going to help our school improvement plan. Whether they're on the school improvement team or not, they are very focused on, here are my goals, here's the actionable steps, and here's where we're moving to meet that. It's what we're going to communicate. Our staff is very clear on our actionable steps. They have those constant conversations in PLT. They look at the support needed. So sometimes that's my team coming in to support them with curriculum ideas, curriculum strategies. It could be like our magnetic readers and continued support there. But the power in school improvement is when we've implemented something in those PLTs, we've taken common formative assessment, whatever it is, we monitor the impact. So if we've been working on this standard, let's see what our students do with this standard, and we monitor. What do we need to adjust? What do we need to move forward? I think one of the best a great example of this, I was in a school improvement team meeting, and the school mentioned they were having trouble with RI2, which is main idea and key details. And one of the things that came out of that, this was from a third grade teacher, what you heard very quickly in the school improvement, the first and second grade representative said, well, that's something we need to know so we can strengthen what we do at this grade level. So again, it's that monitoring and that conversation, that collective practice of we've got to meet this goal. And it is a sustainable practice of how do we, once we've said we're good at this, how do we sustain it? So if I've marked it complete in my school improvement plan, that means we have smooth selling processes and procedures to ensure that we are able to sustain that actionable step.
Great. May I comment on that? I'm going to sound like a broken record, but we're now into best practices terrain, and I think we need some mechanism to share those best practices, perhaps an additional page on our website that lists those best practices, describes them, and shares them across the entire enterprise. Thank you.
How we work the plan, as Dr. Locklear said, we work that plan by plan, do, study, act. We plan our work based on our goals, based on the action steps we have. We act on that, we do it, and then we study the results. Where are we? So we look at our iReady, we look at our M-Class data, we look at our North Carolina check-ins, we look at our common formative assessment, we look at our discipline, our attendance, observational data. So we study all of that data that comes in, and then we act on it. And then we go back and we review it, and we have conversation. So it's very impressive when you look at that Plan, Do, Study, Act. So the summer work, they're creating their draft. Remember, I want to point out, as Dr. Metcalf said, the school improvement plan is voted on by the entire school faculty. So September, October, those principals and school improvement team, remember, it's not just the principal, it is a shared vision. They take that plan and discuss it with their staff, and their staff votes on it. October, we're bringing to the school board, but that doesn't mean it's done. That means November, we're going to continue to monitor our actionable steps, review our actionable steps, look at our next data pieces, and move forward from there. So this is a continual cycle, and that's why you see the changes that come up often.
Let me ask one question. These school improvement teams are elected or whatever by the PTSA, am I correct?
No, sir. They're elected by the school. So the parent is elected by the PTSA.
Only the parent is elected by the PTSA.
But the
Okay.
school, it is done by a ballot that is protected. So they put
Right.
their names on the ballot, and the school votes.
Oh, you say the school, you mean all the teachers?
All the teachers.
All the teachers. all the
TA,
faculty?
teacher assistants, everybody.
Okay, all right, and, okay, thank you for clarifying that.
It's a secret ballot. I think is
Secret
what
ballot.
you're
Thank
trying
you.
to say.
That was the word I
There's
couldn't
no
come up with.
identifying information. It's a secret
Closed
ballot.
ballot. Thank you, Dr. Locklear. So one of the big things you heard Dr. Metcalf mention is over the past 8 years, we've really strengthened the guidance to schools and really supported the schools. We give them feedback. We have process checks. And the process checks are just, so we know what we need to do and how to adjust to better meet the needs of our schools. What do they have in their school improvement plans that we may be able to support? So we have processes and timelines. We implement actionable steps and, again, monitor those and assist our schools with achieving those actionable steps. We have data review. Again, I think I've had my 4th or 5th data dive with schools and really diving into what do they have, what do they need, how do we move forward with instruction. The CNAs are done typically in the summer once we get that data back, we'll do our comprehensive needs assessment, which we refer to often as a CNA, another one of those acronyms. But a comprehensive needs assessment really takes a deep dive into all of those subgroups and the data and how can we continue to move forward. The FAM-S is related to exceptional, our implementation of MTSS with how we're doing on core, how we're doing on supplemental and intensive processes. There's written feedback on each plan in NC STAR. Our team takes twice a year where we give feedback to our principals and the school improvement team. I know Charlie does have pulled up our MCS timeline. We are very proud, and you'll see this one was 2022, 2024, and we'll continue to add to this. But this is just some guidance and support that we provide our principals so that, again, it is an action that is consistently being monitored. So you'll see there what happens sort of on a month-to-month basis. When they're going to get feedback, you'll see in April, we had a leading and learning meeting that dealt with school improvement, and when we're talking about the CNA. We have September where they are really looking at PD and looking at what they need, they need to be ready. This year you're going to see measurable, how to manipulate the NC STAR tool, which Heather's going to actually dive in with you guys. But we have ongoing, go ahead to the next page where you get into all of the stuff you see there in October, where we're preparing and we're making sure that on October 5th, we will know who our low-performing schools are officially from the state level. So this is just a timeline that helps our schools keep that focus of school improvement. Fall process checks, where we will actually go in as a team. Heather divides us into teams, and we'll go in 2 or 3 people and really look at the team meetings and where you are with your actionable steps. But this is an ongoing process. So this is not a dusty old notebook that we wipe off every 2 years. We monitor, we support, and we make sure our principals have time to talk about what they're doing, because we want our principals to share their collective efficacy and make sure that they're sharing those great strategies that they're working on. So as Charlie goes back, and again, this document is attached for you to review. So PROS checks are completed twice a year for all of our school. We give explicit feedback, but again, it informs us just as much as the explicit feedback. I need to know where I need to go in and support with core or supplemental instruction. We discuss data for school improvement monthly. We participate in school improvement monthly meetings, and we have ongoing support to our low performing and restart schools. So again, we create what we call a support document where our low performing schools come in and really talk to us about their needs and what do we need to help support them in their school improvement processes. So at this point, I'm going to turn it back over to Dr. Metcalf.
Yes, wanted to jump in real quick and just talk a little bit about accountability. How do we ensure that this work is ongoing and continues? And as Mr. Hensley says, very important. It starts with the board strategic plan, then works into the district leadership goals and plan, down to the school improvement goals. Thank you. So there's alignment there, and we continue to work through that alignment. It becomes a part of our district leadership priorities for all of our departments. The school improvement is, whether that's the human resources department, whether that's budget and finance, all of that is connected. It's a part of our goals. It's a part of my personal goals that Dr. Locklear, when he reviews school improvement and ensuring that what's happening at the schools, what we say that's happening, that constant movement is a part of those goals and that we're making progress on them. It's part of that district leadership evaluation. It's a part of the principal leadership evaluation. And so it's the conversations that we have. It's in their particular plans as they work through it. It's a part of the teacher's evaluation process. It's connected to their professional development plans as a part of their evaluation, our evaluation process as well, the school improvement goals and the movement. And as Donna noted, there's a timeline. So we're constantly talking about it. We're constantly bringing it up. We're constantly sharing that work throughout the course of the year. We talk about school improvement at each of our leadership meetings with our principals, with our assistant principals, with our teachers. It's a constant process of going back, looking at it, adjusting, moving forward, plan, do, act. There's also accountability practices at the school level. Well, at the district level, just a couple of things that we do as well. One is our commitments documentation. We work with the schools that have maybe the farthest to go, our lower performing schools or schools that might be a little stagnant. We want to give them some additional support. We bring the principals in and we make a commitment to them. They tell us what they need to be able to implement at their school to get that improvement. And we commit to them what we can provide. Robbins Elementary School, Aberdeen Elementary School got double-digit increases last year. We'll share that later this morning. Part of that is because of Donna's team and Tracy's team and the work that they did at those schools. When those principals came in and we had conversations about their school improvement plans, and they go, I need this kind of support, and Donna was in there. That commitment is part of that school improvement process. It's also a part of how we are accountable and they are accountable. We do district walks. We send the academics and student support services teams out. We have 2 teams. They spend a half a day in every one of our schools each semester. More than that at the high school because they're larger, so it takes us longer to be able to get into classrooms. And they're providing feedback, having conversations with the principals, reviewing their school improvement plan. Where do you need help? What's going well? What can we change? Where does that work need to move forward to? The superintendent does leadership walks. He works with the principals, and he's out there also going into classrooms, having conversations, asking them what they need, saying this is a direction you might want to move in, not happy about this, feedback going back and forth. The professional development we talked about, we have retreats where we bring in our low-performing schools, our restart schools, to have deep dives both into their data and into their successes in areas where we need to provide additional support. Jamie and I, Ms. Seiden and I do leadership conversations where we go out to a school, we bring one member of our team out with us, and the 3 of us sit down with the principals and just have conversations about leadership, about ways that we can improve in that particular school, how we're holding ourselves accountable for that work. And obviously, when you see the NC STAR platform and the fact that it's live data and that anybody in the community can go on at any time and see notes from the committee meetings, from school improvement team meetings, can see the action steps that are being taken, can see that data that's being discussed. There's some transparency that happens there when anybody has that ability to see that from their home, and that holds us accountable as well.
Dr. Metcalf, I just want to also just mention, I've been in a few in my time, but I wanted to kudos to Miss Heather because she is, when she goes to these meetings, she is such a great moderator as far as bringing questions out that sometimes you don't think to ask. So I wanted to thank you on that because I've been, I sat on a few, so I have a little bit of the knowledge of what's going on, but I just think that's a huge part because sometimes when, as a teacher, when you're so wrapped up into your own lessons and your own kids and just everything in your own school, you had that ability to kind of flip the switch a little bit, and it went really well. And I just wanted to thank you on that because I'm sure you do that to more schools than the ones I went to. So, so anyhow, I just wanted to give you a little kudos.
Thank you for that feedback. We do love Miss Stewart, and one of her main roles, she works very closely with the Restart schools and some of our low-performing schools, but really she is the leader for us in terms of school improvement and is out at schools working with the school improvement teams and the principals at every one of our schools. That's one of her main roles, and I think that questioning ability that she has increases the level of
And it's not
accountability
judgment,
as well.
it's just questions, which I
Right.
like. And that's what you need.
Exactly. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. The schools themselves also have their own accountability practices. It's a continuous review, trying to make sure we have progress toward those goals. They do make mid-course corrections based on the data. They develop monitoring plans. You'll see that in the plans, and we can monitor throughout the course of the year how we're progressing and where we need to double down before we get to the end of the school year. That work just continues. Speaking of Heather, let's turn it over to Heather. She does a deep dive with you and then puts you to work for a little bit.
All right, thank you. So I do want to circle back around to the general statute and our processes and procedures, how we're following the law, but how we're working the plan. Is that better? Yes. Okay. So you'll see I made a chart. I made a chart to kind of look through the general statute items and then Moore County Schools processes and procedures. You'll see that the school improvement team, right, it's made up of all grades, all content areas, all groups represented. Sometimes you'll see a cafeteria worker or a custodian, an office personnel be part of the school improvement team. Parent participation is required, and that is evident in all of these school improvement teams. Open meetings, following that law, ensuring that meeting dates, locations are posted. And the Moore County Schools local policy says to make it relatively easy for parents to participate, right, in a location that is accessible. And so that is very evident in the meeting locations and times. You'll see that on NC Star as well as the school calendars. And of course, they follow the rules that if they have to change that, within 48 hours. The public records. Meeting minutes are open for guest view in NC Star. They are linked to the agendas and they are open for review. And you'll see that in just a little bit when we go in NC Star. The school improvement plans, right? They're PDF versions of a living plan. So when we go in and we look at the guest view, you'll see a PDF version of right then today. If 2 hours from now they make a change and you download another PDF version, it will note that change. The school votes on the plan. That is completed in September. It is part of the minutes. You'll see that. We do provide feedback as a district to the school improvement plans. Once they start their initial draft, we provide feedback prior to the board voting in October. So they'll take those recommendations back to their team. They'll make some changes and they'll re-vote. Feedback that's provided by the board, if they make changes, they'll take that back to their team and they'll re-vote, and that'll be noted in their minutes.
Did you say that this was all open to the public?
Yes, sir.
Okay, through this, because I wanted to emphasize that, that they can just go to our website and they can take a look at these school improvement plans. And what do they do? Does the public search STAR?
So I will show you in just a little bit.
Okay,
All
very
right.
good, because I think the public needs to know that
Absolutely.
we're open and transparent here.
Yes.
Because that's very good.
We reviewed the adoption of the plans, right? We're going to be talking about that in October. We'll be reviewing the plans in the October board meetings, and then the actual adoption will be in November. The effective period of the plan, it's a 2-year cycle for half of the schools. So this year you'll see half the schools, 23 to 25, their 2-year plan. We do bring back yearly our restart and low performing schools. So their plans are usually 1 year, and that has been a process for the last couple of years. The elimination of unnecessary plans. So that's just something that is in the general statute, and this is an example, a PBIS plan, your MTSS plan, those kinds of things. Those are not redundant. They are evident in the school improvement plan. So action steps relative to MTSS are in your school improvement plan. So you don't have to have 2 different ones. And then compliance with requirements. In the statute, it says it should be open for feedback and can be given any time, and the principal receives that feedback and addresses those concerns appropriately. So I just wanted to circle back around to our Moore County processes and procedures, how they're aligned to the law. And now we're going to move into the NC STAR guest view. I'm going to be showing how to navigate looking at the school improvement plans. Kate and Donna are going to help out by handing out some computers, but not yet, because we're going to do the I do, we do, you do process, okay? You are my class, and I'm your teacher for just a couple minutes. So I'm going to show you first. Yes, sir.
Heather, if I could interject here just for a little editorial. NC STAR is required by the state of North Carolina for us to house our school improvement plans in. It is an online system, and that is what it is. It does have resources. It does have some, as you know, Mr. Benway, some best practice information housed in it, not from us, but from a state research base. But just a little editorial history. When I first came and Mike and I were first working together, we started implementing a system and process around school improvement in Moore County schools. We didn't start with NC STAR, even though we were told we were supposed to use it. We did not use it initially, and the reason behind that was just to make sure we were implementing the practices and the habits of putting a plan together and then working that plan. That NC STAR doesn't do that for you. It's really about the people. It's really about the commitment and the culture in the schoolhouse that does that. And so we did spend approximately 3 years or so building those systems and processes, building all this framework that you see that we now have before we then acquiesced, if you will, and then transitioned over to NC STAR. And did that over about a year period of a lot of training and transition. So now we're at the point where it is expected that our schools use this to house the plan. But I just wanted to give that little editorial history behind the NC STAR system and why we use that and how we got there.
Is NC STAR value added to you as a district? I mean, is it really improve things? Can you influence improvements?
I think it's a value add from the standpoint of the online system, the transparency of it. It does allow everything to be in one spot. It allows for minutes, it allows for notes, it allows for the team to really work the plan, documenting it there. So I think it does offer some value. I'll certainly let Mike and Jamie or Heather add any comments to that they want to. But you know what I just didn't want us to do initially was to think that a system, any online tool, was actually school improvement. And I wanted to make sure we had that foundational belief and culture in our school district. It's not about that, not NC STAR. It's about the systems and processes and working the plan in the schoolhouse. So that'd be a good way to describe it. Yes, sir. Mike, I don't know if there's anything you want to add.
No, I agree completely in the sense that there's value in utilizing it, mainly because it does house everything in one place. Of course, it's a requirement now across the state to use it as well, but it does house the minutes. It does house the plans itself. When adjustments are made, you can see when that adjustment was made. The date changes when the adjustments was made to the plan. It's great for accountability purposes. we look at what's going on at schools on an almost daily basis, and I can see, what their meetings were that particular month and what they were working on, and I can then call the principal and say, you didn't have a conversation about this, that may be something. So from an accountability piece and a transparency piece, the problem with NC Star, and I think you'll see that it's not an intuitive program to use, so it's not easy. Once you're in it and become accustomed to it and use it for an hour, you're comfortable with it and you know where to go and how to use it. But for an outsider necessarily, it's not necessarily immediately intuitive. And I guess that's true with a lot of computer programs, and that's the downside of it. You'll get an opportunity, Heather, here in a moment, to get into it and play around with it yourself, and you'll see some of the value in it, but I also think that you'll see this is what part of the challenge is as well. But it is an expectation, and I think in an overall sense, it's a real value to the district. We provide feedback. Dr. Locklear was very loud in his feedback in the initial stages.
Was he fired
of
up?
that. Fired up is one term I might use.
They called me a grumpy bear.
We did use the word grumpy. That did come out as well. We've provided feedback. I think other districts have too, in terms of the program, but we're constrained in that. But again, I don't want to be taken the wrong way. I do think it brings tremendous value to the district in the big scheme, and I enjoy the accountability piece because it allows me to really know what's going on at schools.
Maybe you can or can't answer this, but how does the STAR system work with our dashboard? And once again, going back to our strategic plan, because I know our strategic plan is linked to the dashboard. Does this somehow integrate with that or no?
No, our dashboard is created by Ms. Faw over there.
No,
and it says,
I know that.
the dashboard really is reliant on us providing the data to the dashboard to keep us up. So they're not connected in any way. Nothing is automatic there. Ms. Faw and her team, as the data comes in, then regularly updates our dashboard that we monitor to keep going. But the dashboard is very purposeful for the community. We're more interested in the day-to-day data. And so when I'm looking at where we're at, or when Donna's looking at where we're at, she may go right into iReady and look right granularly at a particular school, at a particular classroom. That's not going to be on our district strategic plan dashboard. That's going to be in iReady and the data form from there. And so we're more narrow and more strategic when we're looking at it than the strategic plan is. But we will be sharing some strategic plan updates later today too, so we can look forward to that.
Okay, that's cool. All right.
Okay. So I do work in the NC STAR system a lot. So as I am kind of navigating through our process today, please make sure you ask me some questions, because while I wrote down a lot of things trying to think about what you might ask me and what I want to touch on so that you understand what we're looking at, please stop me and ask me any questions that you might have. The way we're going to do this is an I do, we do, you do. I'm going to navigate through the tool and show you what it looks like through one school. I'm going to use Aberdeen as an example. And then the we do, we're going to go through it together. We'll give you some computers if you don't have your own, but you can feel free to use your own because you can access it from anywhere. And then we'll go through Cranes Creek in that way. And then there'll be some time for you to go and look on your own. Okay, so that's the process we're going to use. And to kind of circle back, so NC STAR, we call it NC STAR, but it is really INDSTAR is the actual program. And NCDPI adopted it in 2016. They do have a partnership with them, and they did try to customize it in some ways for just North Carolina. But the tool is, it is just a tool, and there are some constraints. It houses the school improvement plan. It helps us be transparent with the law, and it helps us provide a lot of feedback. We're able to go in, if I can't be at a school improvement team meeting, I can look at their minutes, and then I can reach out to Donna or Kate and say, hey, I noticed in their minutes they were struggling with performance matters and looking at their iReady data, and then we can have someone follow up with them on that. So understand that there are some things that we just can't change in the program, so I'm going to try to explain as best as I can. The way that you log in is using a guest login. So I'm going to model for you, and I'm going to log in with Aberdeen. And if you'll just give me a second. All logins start with a guest So this is the landing page for NC Star for Aberdeen's plan. And it's interesting, Mr. Hensley, when you were talking about mission and vision, you'll actually notice Aberdeen's vision and mission. They haven't had an opportunity to, she's a new principal, she hasn't had an opportunity to lead them through the process of revising their mission and vision. And so collectively, they adopted something very close to the strategic plan in the meantime. She'll walk through that process with them this year. So thank you for mentioning that. What you'll see on the landing page is a static view of the plan, right? This is right now. If changes are made tomorrow, it will be available tomorrow when they do that. You'll see the mission, the vision, and the core beliefs. Here's where the tool says values. We call them core beliefs. We can't change the tool. I did ask about that, and they can't.
But let me ask. You said that the STAR plan was available to the public, right? Okay, but you just had to do a login. All right, okay. Does the public have access to that login?
Yes.
How do they do that?
It's on the Moore County School website.
Okay, so if I'm a member, just a member of the public, not school board member, and I want to look at Aberdeen Elementary because that's my kid's school plan, where do I go? And so that I can then do that guest login because that's an extra step. And I'm very, very interested in being able to tell the public, this is where you could go to look at the school improvement plan for your school.
No, I'm glad that you asked that. In fact, we are revising the school website, the Moore County School District website, and all of the schools, when you click on school improvement, it goes back to the main page of the district, which talks about the school improvement plan. It lists the principals, the schools, and then it will link a document for the guest logins. And then we're planning on updating the webpage to make the navigation easy and to give some direction about what you do when you log in and what you'll see. So I'm glad that you asked those questions. Those questions that you're asking me is helping us revise and refine the webpage better.
Because what I really would like to do is I'd like to be able to say to the public, here's your school improvement plan, go to the website, but and they're gonna, I know they're gonna get back to me, and they're gonna say, but it says I have to have a login, where's my login, and all that. So the simpler you can do it with our IT. I know our IT personnel are the greatest in the state of North Carolina, so the simpler you can make it, the better.
I will add, and I don't mean to cut you off, just the school improvement plan on the website, it has a document on there. So if you, this is the old one, they have to update it for this year. But if you were to click on Aberdeen Elementary, it brings up the entire document of their school improvement plan. So they technically don't have to do that if they didn't want to.
Okay, just
Yeah.
How to make it simple for the public, that's just all I'm looking at.
Sorry, Heather.
That's cool, that's cool.
All right, so back to the landing page. You'll see to the right the vision, the core beliefs, the mission. You'll see over to the right, you have some navigation pieces. Those are actually clickable. The goals and performance, the summary report, the comprehensive plan report, and the shared meetings. And I'm going to talk about those things. But you'll see the school address. You'll see the principal name, the teachers, and school improvement team members listed there. And then as you scroll down, what you'll notice on the landing page are the indicators included in the plan. NC Star looks at the research around turnaround schools and around what really moves the school, those effective practices that Mr. Benway had mentioned earlier, right? There are about 130 strategies, but we narrowed it, the state narrowed it down to 13, and they call them indicators of success. And these are strategies or processes and procedures that if you put these in place, you're likely to have moving the needle on school improvement. So you'll notice that for all plans, you'll see the 13 indicators, and for some plans, they might add a few if it's relevant to their school improvement plan. And so these are those indicators. There's a heading here at the top. The core function is the domain. It is the dimension that those indicators fall. There are 5. You have instruction and excellence. You have leadership, professional development, operations, and families and community. Those are the 5 basic domains. They call them core function or dimension. the effective practice is the name of the indicator, so curriculum and instruction alignment. High expectations for staff and students, that's around behavior. Discipline. Student support services, this one is about the multi-tiered system of support, MTSS. And so as you go on, those are the indicators and the title of those. Thank you. Additionally, next to the indicators in the plan, for the public, there are links that give you information about those indicators so that if you didn't know what MTSS was, you could click on the document here and it will take you to information, the research around that. And they pull research from lots of different places. You'll have Marzano, you'll have Hattie, Hanover research around school improvement. There's also an action resource, and that is videos. I'm not going to play the video, but I will click on it. It will open up in a new window of video that tells you a little bit more about that practice, about that indicator, what it really means to have aligned curriculum, professional learning communities, effective instructional practices. And that just is information for the public. So that's there. Let me just make sure I have all the other things that I wanted to talk to you about. Do you have any questions about what you see here on the landing page? Doing a great job. All right. So the first thing, you'll notice it says our direction. That is the landing page. Then when you click on goals, performance, and performance measures. Now this is Aberdeen. So you're seeing their live plan right now. They are in the process. They may still be doing some updates, just so that you know, because they have until October 4th to make any changes based on our recommendations. So let me make this a little bit bigger for you. Nope, I got it. I'm just going to use this. Okay. So what you'll notice here are their goals and performance measures. The report here is a PDF version of their goals and their performance measures. They can't be reformatted, but they can be downloaded in a Word document or a PDF. It's important to understand like how what you're viewing and how you view it. And C-STAR puts things in alphabetical order. So this is how they've put their goals and their performance measures. You'll see a date of the report. So I just made this report today. You'll see that. The current view of the plan. If they make updates, like I said, it'll be made in the next login. And this is just what we're looking at. Goal 1, then goal 2. Now today we're just learning how to navigate and view the plan. And so I'm going to move on if you don't have any questions about what you're seeing for the goals and performance measures.
Am I correct? You have performance measures target 2034?
If there's an error, then we will fix it.
Okay. I'm looking at 2034 is going down there. Is that a typo? No, I'm
Thank you.
guessing that.
All right, we'll fix that. Thank you
Maybe
very much.
just my eyes.
All right. So that is located here in goals and performance measures. Again, it's a PDF version. You can download it. The next, Mr. Benway, you'll be happy to see, is a summary report. The summary report includes detailed information such as the number of meetings held, the number of indicators assessed and planned, the number of coaching comments, and forms submitted, as well as the leadership team information again. It could be downloaded and it can be printed. It is a summary of actions. Let me go back to that.
Who's responsible for making sure that data gets entered? The principals or?
That's a great question.
Thank
for
you.
asking that. So it is the school improvement team as a whole, and while some principals enter that data, or they delegate to their process manager. Their
Gotcha.
process manager could be a teacher, could be one of the other administrators, it could be the parent. It's whoever volunteers
Okay.
to be the process manager. But the principal is responsible for
For
the
making
data
sure
that
it
is
gets done.
in. Yes,
Okay.
absolutely. So while collectively they can work together to get the information into NC Star, the principal is responsible for the information.
Okay, thank you. That's a lot of information.
So the summary report, you'll see the report date, and here's just, you know, the leadership team information, members. They call it a leadership team, which is a school improvement team. Can't change that. You have your demographics in here that are put in the tool, updated every year. And then here you'll see when they were navigating, how many indicators were assessed, and I'm going to talk about that in just a little bit. Actions completed, anything that's past due. And what that means by past due, if we have an action step that we intend to complete at the end of October 31st, but we didn't get that complete and we completed it November 6th, the system will tell you. It'll have a little red indicator. Moving on.
Let me ask you
Yes,
one other
sir.
question. The data which is in here in STAR, is that the same data, especially when you talk about demographics and all that, that is in the school report card?
Yes.
Okay, so,
That's a great question. That's
Yeah.
what they will update based on the school report card when it comes out. So you notice that the data that was in there for Aberdeen currently until the school report comes out, they'll start updating.
yeah, it was I saw it was the 2022 data, and DPI is still, as of a couple of days ago, doesn't have the 2023 data, which, bad news for DPI.
And of course, Kate Faw, she gives a lot of data using our Power School and updates.
The state board votes next week to officially adopt the data, even though they released it in September. So they have this month where there's some data correction window opportunity in that month. And so the State Board of Education will vote on it this week, I believe.
Right, and I think, Kate, the school report cards get updated in October, the end of October. There's a specific date in which that goes live. We're allowed to review that data. We have to provide an opening letter from the superintendent. So there's work that occurs behind the scenes before they make that go live. I'm not sure of the exact date, but I think it's the end of October.
Okay, so that's, I would guess, the primary reason why the school report card isn't updated. And so if I go to the school report card today, I don't see our newest stuff.
You won't
I want
until
to
the end of
brag
October.
about Pinehurst Elementary.
Yeah, the school report card will be end of October.
Okay.
That's controlled by the state.
There is a date.
Okay. The next report is the comprehensive plan report. This is the school improvement plan with the goals, the indicators of success, right? The strategies, the indicators of success, and then the action steps. I want to go really slow through this one because this is the meat of the plan. So what you'll see is you can do some filtering at the top. You can download as a Word document or PDF. Again, the date of the report. If the school is low performing, that is noted here. So it is put in their mission and vision, and here is where it is in the plan as well. So if they have that designation, that is where it is located. As I scroll down in the report, I just want to talk about the headings for just a minute. So remember, we talked about the core function. Those are the dimensions, the domains, and the indicators aligned to those. And so effective practice are the first few. They're the A's. And then leadership are the B's. Professional development are the C's. Resource allocation are the ones that start with D. And the community engagement, parent engagement, that is E. So that's located here. So you'll have the key indicator, the indicator of success, the name of it, the implementation status assigned to and target date. So if an indicator is not fully met, it'll have two boxes. The initial assessment, which is where are we with this indicator of success. This particular one is about discipline, behavior, positive behavior support. So where are we with our implementation of effective practices? And then how will it look when we're fully met? That's the second box. You'll see the implementation status, which means what was the date that we said we were not fully implementing this? Who's it assigned to? Ms. Skelton is the assistant principal for Aberdeen Elementary. And then the target date. So at the end of this year, because because they're usually an indicator and the action steps are yearly. Even though the plan is a 2-year plan, we're looking at this year, what are we doing to improve our practice? And then we have action steps that go with that indicator. I want to scroll, I'll come back up to that. I want to scroll down to a fully met indicator so you can see what that looks like. Apologize for my scrolling here. Okay. So here are 2 that are fully met. The leadership team, which is their school improvement team, they have a school improvement team in place that's been in place for quite a while. They may have updated their language, so the full implementation date is March of 2022. Anytime you've taken something out, put it back in, you might see an update in the dates. That's the initial assessment. It's not assigned to anybody because it's fully met. Then you have distributive leadership and collaboration, other opportunities for teachers to meet. So professional learning teams, grade level meetings, vertical team meetings, any kind of committees. They have that in place. That's part of their school business. It's not part of their school improvement plan. That is not what they're working on. Of course, there are things that they might be doing to make that better in their school. However, it is not in the school improvement plan because it is not the expectation for all staff that this is what we're doing and it's focused. So that's why it's fully met. They have those things in place. So I just want to make that point. Any questions about the difference between limited and fully met? Okay. So I'm going to move into, this indicator is about MTSS. So it was limited in 2022, and then you've got some action steps here. You'll notice on the left, there are, the date here is when the action step was entered. It's the initiating date. Now you remember Donna Gephardt talked to you about some of the dates. You might see a 2021 or a 2022, or you might have seen yesterday that they put in an action step. A few things could have happened. One, that action step is continuing to work on. First, they developed something. They learned something. Now they're implementing things. And maybe toward the end of the year, they'll be evaluating that process. So it kind of is a scaffold approach with their actions. So they might have just revised it, which made the date 2022. It may be that they took an action step out and then put something else in its place. And you'll notice that they rewrote it, and you might see a more recent date, and that might be based on some feedback that was provided. Their team hadn't gotten together yet until later in September, and so you'll notice that these are the action steps that are entered into the tool, not to say that they weren't always looking at this during the summer and developing their plan. And I think you'll see notes here. Here's an example of one of the dates that was 2022 and how they're working toward completing this action step, and they put some notes in there about their progress. If an action step is complete, it'll be noted by the completion date. So at times you'll have an action step and then when it's completed. And then there's one more part here. In some plans you'll see implementation and some dates. If an indicator was limited implementation, and then you marked it fully met, and then took it out of fully met, it leaves a date behind. It is a problem with the tool. It is part of a constraint of the tool. We can't change that. So when you see that, you might sometimes see some evidence as how they've met that indicator fully. Other times it might just leave the date. It is just a record of what happened as they were going from limited to full. Any questions about that? I think that's probably one of the most confusing things is when you see that, not understanding the implementation status. Okay. I think I covered most everything here. I do want to note that in the low performing and some of our schools that are getting commitments of support, we utilize this indicator where the LEA has a support and school improvement team. That is our commitments of support. Here is where you will see where we put our actions as how we're supporting that school. We just met with our schools to do that, and these actions will be added prior to the review on the 17th and 18th.
Did you say the LEA has a school improvement team?
Yes, that's what the language is in the tool, the local education agency,
No,
which is
that's
the
us.
school
That's-
district.
that's us.
Absolutely.
So we have a separate school improvement team over and above the individual school improvement team?
Well, it is our academic and student support services team.
Oh, okay, all right, so I just need to know that, because I know we have the school improvement team at the local school, so you guys form the school improvement team for the district, right?
Absolutely.
Okay,
Because all the work that we do is about improving those outcomes for schools, and everything is aligned to the school improvement process for the schools and for the strategic plan. So we, okay. And when I navigate back to the landing page, the very last thing you'll see here are the shared meeting agenda and minutes. One way that you can see when the school improvement team meets are the dates listed here. Here are all the dates for the school improvement team meetings. They may also meet twice a month for low-performing schools, their MTSS meeting, but that is not open, that's not an open meeting. The dates are listed here, and then you might see agenda or meeting minutes. In this case, actually I'm gonna click on a different one. I'll click on February. You'll see that there's minutes already posted for February. It's because they're using a document that is open to the public that they'll add to every month. So they've already shared them for the year, because they're just going to update it every time they have a school improvement team meeting. And so it is viewable to the public. And their next school improvement team meeting here is September 17th, so they've got their parts in here. They've started already adding to their agenda, and you'll go back and you can see September and August is listed here as well. So this is just one way that you can see the school improvement team minutes, as they're already shared for the year. Some schools go by agendas and they post them every month. Any questions?
I have a couple comments. So this tool seems pretty straightforward. I just followed along and I've logged into, I'm not sure why we need hands-on. You just log in, it's all in the agenda. You just click on the link, you log in, and it's very intuitive. I do want to talk about the content, though, because these school improvement program briefs are 2 weeks away, a little over 2 weeks. And just a 2-minute, I'm not sure what's beeping, but just a 2-minute view of these shows some significant problems that probably need to get straightened out. I'm sure these are drafts, but it's only 2 weeks away. For example, Aberdeen Elementary has their mission and vision statements flip-flop. They're backwards. I thought it read wrong, so I went to our website and looked up the school board policy and vision, and Aberdeen Elementaries have them backwards. And then I jumped over to our friend Southern Pines Elementary, the other one I looked at, and in their vision statement, they still talk about being successful global citizens in a global society. And the previous school board, which was much less conservative than this school board, specifically took out the language global citizens. We discussed and debated that. Me and Pam Thompson proposed taking out the global citizen and replacing it with proud Americans, and Ms. Caldwell and Ms. Carter objected and said, well, let's make it citizens of the United States. I'm not really sure the distinction between proud Americans and citizens of the United States, but this board specifically, and the previous board specifically put in there proud citizens of the United States, yet the schools who we just discussed are supposed to derive their mission from our mission statement. They left out, Southern Pines Elementary left out successful citizens of the United States, choosing to say successful citizens in a global society. So if fundamental things in the school improvement programs from the 2 of the 4 schools are going to have the most scrutiny because there are chronic failing schools, if they have such fundamental problems as having the mission and vision statement flipped and not even, and kind of belligerently ignoring the school board's stated vision, and we're 2 weeks out, there needs to be some midnight oil put to these and make sure that they, A, are accurate and truly align. And that's just the opening statements. We haven't even got into really analyzing the details yet. So I'm just make sure they're ready is my cautionary tale, because it's 2 weeks away.
They will be.
I
Appreciate the
just want to
feedback.
let you know
Yeah,
ahead of
appreciate the
time so
feedback.
that, otherwise it's not going to go so well.
Appreciate the feedback, and and I would say again, it is our directive that our strategic plan from our board, that's our guardrails, right? That's our guardrails of the path that we're on, and our schools from top down, from the superintendent down, we are moving towards those guardrails and accomplishing those goals. So they will be ready, and again, we also have to, I would also say, though, that these are plans that are derived from a team at that school, driving into their data, developing everything from the direction down through the action steps. And certainly part of the goal of spending a little time today to kind of get into the weeds of accessing the plans was to make sure the board have access to that prior to October 17th. So you've got time to get in there. If you've got a question, email Dr. Metcalf. If you have observations that this doesn't look right, or can you tell me more about this? Letting Dr. Metcalf know that and letting me know that, so we can get that feedback to the team before they come to present.
That's why I'm giving you that feedback, because I just glanced at the opening statements of the two that I look at, and one has the mission and vision flipped, and the other one is still, they appear to still be on the previous strategic plan, not the current strategic plan.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Further questions? Or go ahead, please.
Absolutely. So we did want you to get some computers in your hands so you can take a look. And so I'm going to just log out, and Donna and Kate are bringing you some computers if you didn't have one. And then I was going to give you Crane's Creek.
I'm good. I'm already in it.
Lowercase, uppercase. The tool allows you to use either. The word is always guests.
What's that?
It went away.
And you should see Crane's Creek.
And down here. And that's the
You'll
page.
see vision, core beliefs, mission, their indicators of success, again, just like we saw with the Aberdeen, and then to navigate to the goals and performance. You'll click on that and you'll get a PDF version of it.
Yeah, again, my comment is, the mission at Cranes Creek completely leaves out important things like knowledge, character, and education to become successful citizens of the United States. I mean, those words are nowhere in there. So I just heard 30 minutes ago, less than 30 minutes ago, that these were derived directly from our mission statement, and it doesn't have a single word or connotation from our mission statement in Cranes Creek mission statement, not a single word. So I question whether these were truly derived from our mission and vision statement.
I would just also ask the board to consider that, again, this is a team that's met to drive this, and that has meaning to that team, that I think it's important when that principal comes to present, he can talk about what that means to the team if the board has questions. That it's something that's specific to that school. So I would just ask you to consider that. That's all.
Yeah, and again, I'm not saying that it needs to be verbatim. I'm just saying that it needs to have at least maybe one or two of the words and the connotation. And this is the third one I've looked at, and it has neither. It may have meaning, but is it derived from our mission and vision statement? I don't know. Maybe other boards feel that the mission of Cranes Creek Middle School is to cultivate and inspire excellence in every student. That just doesn't align with the district's or the school board's mission statement.
derivative missions are a function of stated tasks from the central mission and implied tasks developed by the DoD.
Right.
And then turned into a restated mission.
Right, correct. And then how they attack that, by all means, use imagination, use ingenuity, use the expertise and resources that you have. But if it's not even derived,
Okay. Well, let's continue.
You're navigating through the goals and performance measures, you're navigating and checking out the summary report, the comprehensive plan report, and then the shared meeting agenda and minutes. And here is an example of the agendas are readily available, and when they have their meetings, they'll attach their meeting minutes monthly. And so we'll give you just a couple minutes to navigate through. The purpose, again, to navigate Fancy Star using the guest login, thinking about the ease of that, and if you have any questions about what you're viewing.
I guess my question would be for the ease of it is, how will we know the code for each school? Is that,
So on the district website, that's a great question, thank you.
thank you. Mm-hmm.
Is a document that has all the guest logins, and I will give this one to you as well. So you may have them now, and then they are linked to the school website.
The table is one of your attachments to the agenda.
Do you know what, from here, where
And then of course, once again, my concern is that the public knows how to navigate this. I mean, we can spend a little bit of time here and figure it out, but if I want to tell the public, go to this website and go look at it, they have to take 2-3 steps. They're going to be a little confused.
I do think I have the answer to mine and your questions, that we
Okay,
would go
cool.
to the parent portal part, and then down second to the last from there, the drop down from there is the school improvement plans. Am I correct? And we'll be prompted from there possibly?
Yes, we are working on updating that, so.
Okay, and it may not, yeah,
Okay.
but if we, as long as we know how to tell the public where to go, and I could get there myself from here, that's great. Okay, thank you.
This concludes the portion of navigating NC Star and understanding the tool and viewing the plans and the parts that are aligned to the general statute. Any questions around NC Star, the tool, and navigation?
Members of the board? Okay. Boys?
Thank you for your
Thank
time.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. So we have what further on this, Dr. Locklear?
Just a quick wrap-up, I'm sure, from Mike.
Quick wrap-up, Heather, you direct the presentation, if you can, just quick, a wrap-up. Just a quick wrap-up. As Dr. Locklear said, if you have any questions, any feedback, please don't hesitate. Next couple of weeks, as you take an opportunity to take a look at these, just to email me any of those questions, and we'll try to wrap our hands around that and get you the information back to you, or address those concerns that you might have. Also, just a timeline. Can you flip to the next page? Just a timeline. On the 17th and 18th is when we have those specially called meetings. On the 10th, in closed session, we'll be presenting the school safety plans. Of course, that's done in closed session. And then on the 30th, we'll ask for plans to be presented for board approval.
Mike, could I ask for you, if you would please send an email out to the board with the list of the schools that are coming to in front of them on the 16th and the 17th, as well as a abbreviated chart with the logins for those plans. I would appreciate that.
We'll do that
Okay.
and provide the schedule for that day as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Anything further on this? Okay, seeing none, we'll go ahead and move to item B. How about a 23-24 day 20 student membership report?
Whoops.
Mr. Chairman, actually, item A would
Oh,
be,
did we?
yeah, we did
Oh,
board
excuse
training.
me,
so, yeah.
I apologize, yes. Review, yes, I do apologize.
That was I flipping around quick.
Yeah, okay. Review of the Moore County Schools 23-24 Capstone outcomes.
Yes, sir. Thank you. I'll turn it right over to Mike. The board has gotten some information on this. There's certainly a lot to celebrate here in these outcomes, but certainly focused work ahead, as you've heard us discuss. Certainly fired up where we're heading and the focus that we have. Also, as Mike alluded to earlier, he's going to round out the presentation, I believe, with a review of our progress on our strategic plan goals based on these outcomes from the last year. So I'll turn it right over to Dr. Metcalf.
Looks like the presentation is not linked, so
Okay.
we're tracking it down right now. But I'll tell you what we're going to do this morning. This one's kind of key to have the presentation to get through. But as you know, as the board knows, we look at a lot of data points throughout the year, whether that's iReady, whether that's testing data, whether that's teacher testing data, in-class testing data. We look at a lot of data points on a daily basis. But this is important outcomes. These are our key outcomes at the end of the year. I call them our capstone outcomes, if you will. So we're going to review a number of them today. Kate's going to talk about the end of grade and end of course performance, the Lexile reading levels, school growth, school performance grades, ACT, college and career participation success, dropouts, graduation rates. And so we'll share all of that data and how we performed. Then Jamie's going to talk about those data points in context. So how do we compare to the state in those areas? How do we compare to the other schools in our region in those areas? And then how do we compare to like schools that we have deemed to be similar to Moore County schools? So we'll put it in context, and then I'll finish it up by just bringing it all back to the board's strategic plan and giving an update on our goal progress with the strategic plan. But we will start with Ms. Fall.
Good morning, board. Okay, good morning, board. There are a lot of numbers here, so forgive me as I read. So as a reminder, this data is preliminary until after the State Board of Education finalizes the data later this week. The data correction window might slightly change state numbers. Student proficiency consists of student performance on the end of grade, EOGs, in grades 3 through 8 English Language Arts, 3 through 8 Math, and grades 5 and 8 Science, and the end of course, or EOC exams in English 2, NC Math 1, NC Math 3, and Biology. Grade level proficiency, or GLP, is the percent of students who score at or above achievement level 3. This is the standard measure for North Carolina accountability calculations and is referred to as the performance composite. As you can see, Moore County's overall proficiency was 60.3, up 3.7 percentage points from last year and almost back to pre-pandemic performance. I'm also happy to report that Moore County continues to outperform the state average, which last school year was 53.6. We have a strategic goal that works on closing the proficiency gap between students in various subgroups, and therefore one of our analysis pieces is to focus on subgroup performance, specifically in our largest racial subgroups, as well as economically disadvantaged, which is EDS on these charts, students with disability, or SWD on these charts, and academically and intellectually gifted, AIG. Please remember that one student can be categorized in more than one subgroup. As you can see from the table, Moore County subgroup performance follows a similar trend as the state, within that white students far outperform their minority peers. Overall, AIG students' performance remains high and above the state. Economically disadvantaged and students with disabilities, well in line with state performance, is still 18.7 and 40.2 percentage points respectively below the district average performance.
So I have a question, if we could go back,
Yes,
please.
sir.
So everything on here looks good. You know, we're above the state to some degree on everything until we get to the performance of our African American students. And any idea why we fall about 15 to 20%, why we lag about 18% on our performance of our African American students below the state average?
I can tell you that's one of the things that a lot of our school improvement plans are looking at. They're looking at a lot of the research around that area. I can't speak to a specific reason why at this point we don't have.
Yeah, because I mean, if you look at Hispanic, we're, gosh, 20% above. You know, if we're white, we're 5% above. AIG, everything we're above except our African Americans. So I mean, obviously our approach to education's right because everywhere else we're doing well. So for some reason, our approach to education, which appears to be correct because we were just bragging on the previous slide, for some reason it just isn't working in the African American community.
And that is something that we're looking at in detail in a lot of the
Yeah,
schools.
it may not be a problem with Moore County schools.
The next thing we'll look at is how students performed in the individual subjects on English, math, and science. This helps us target instructional needs more precisely. Before I go into the data on ELA, I would like to point out that this is an assessment that measures students' understanding of grade level standards. So for example, a grade level standard might be identify the key ideas that make up the main idea. It is not a reading test. We have that data later. We will start with ELA. Moore County, which is in blue, continues to outperform the state, which you see in orange, on end of grade, which is grades 3 through 8. Moore County was 7.2 percentage points above the state and 3.8 percentage points above last year. The end of course exam, which is in English 2, which is mostly sophomores, was 61.8%. That is above the state by 3.5 percentage points, but slightly down from last year's performance of 64.9. There we go, sorry. How we do compared to the state helps us get a sense of how we're doing overall as a district. However, what we focus on a lot is trend data within our own county. For this type of analysis, we look at each test over the course of 3 to 5 years, and in this case, we're comparing to pre-pandemic performance, which is 2018-19. And looking at our trends, every end of grade test showed improvement ranging from 0.5 percentage points in 8th grade to 7.4 percentage points in 5th. 3rd grade reading performance is up almost 5 percentage points. And as shown on the last slide, the end of course performance in English 2 test showed a decline in performance, but still remains very close to pre-pandemic performance. As we look at individual subjects, we can't forget to look at individual subgroup performance. And as you can see, the trend in English language arts mirrors the trend overall, with Black students underperforming compared to other groups and the state, while Hispanic students are underperforming by a smaller margin, but better than the state. Our economically disadvantaged students and students with disabilities show a large gap between the whole and that of the subgroup.
So, I'm sorry if we could go back. Looking at the second slide, the second chart on the right, our Hispanic students almost doubled the performance of the state average. Is that a typo, or what do we attribute that to? That's remarkable.
Let me double check my numbers really quick before I answer that question.
I mean, hopefully we do, but if so, I need to know what we did.
No, sir, my apologies. That is a typo. It should be 51.1. My apologies.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Apologies. I will get that corrected on the official report. So now let's look at math. This includes the EOGs in grade 3 through 8 and EOCs of NC Math 1 and NC Math 3. Looking at grades 3 through 8, we continue to outperform the state, most recently by 4.9 percentage points. The high school courses also show that we are performing above the state averages, with Math 1 being 2.6 percentage points above the state and Math 3 9.3 percentage points. In addition to performing above the state, both maths show an increase over last year's performance, 4.7 percentage points for Math 1 and 3 percentage points for Math 3. When we examine the trend data for each of the tests, we can see that in the elementary schools, the scores have returned to pre-pandemic performance. Middle school, grades 6 and 7, show a decline in performance of -4.2 and -1.4 respectively. However, by math 8th grade, we are performing better than we were in the previous year. I would like to note that math 3rd grade and math 5th grade are the highest performing. Math 3rd grade is 72.1% proficient, an increase of 10.7 percentage points over last year. And math 5 grade is at 67.9, a 12.4 percentage point increase over last year.
So I have a question for
sir.
you. As that cohort advances through the grades, do you expect that improvement to increase? And is that because we reach them early with a good math program? I see a nod heading. I see a head nodding, a nodding head, whichever. I see a head nodding.
Yes, that is the hope, is that once they achieve a level, that we can maintain that level and continue to grow them. So that is the goal, and that's where we come into the spiraling curriculum, where we're reteaching and building off of previous knowledge.
Yeah, the other thing I would point out is, there's been much written in the paper about, we're getting back to pre-pandemic, and all the academic decline was blamed on the pandemic, when in fact, if you go back over a 10-year period, where 10 years ago, Moore County School proudly bragged about having all these B-rated schools and this and that. The decline was actually slowly, and then it accelerated under COVID. So I would point out to the public and board members at large that the central office was very careful on the previous slides to say in English, we've almost reached our pre-pandemic level, right? Which implied that all the academic decline was due to the pandemic, when in fact it was not. There were other factors involved, mainly the previous strategic plan and focus of the board. However, on this slide, you'll notice that it wasn't briefed. Look, we've almost achieved the pre-pandemic levels. Look, we've exceeded the pre-pandemic levels in math. So it is a false construct to blame the decrease in academic performance on COVID. That's an excuse. That's an excuse to cover up the failed plan. The bottom line on this is we have zoomed past the look at the first column there. We went from 63.4% proficiency in 2018, 2019 to 72%. In those grades, we've exceeded at 10%. That's the result of a hard work of a lot of people, obviously, but it's also the result of the correct strategic plan and the board and the central office and administrators focusing on the correct stuff. Because we've exceeded we've far exceeded the pre-pandemic levels. Thank you.
I have a question and comment. The Math 1 reflects what grade level, please?
So Math 1 reflects, it's actually not a grade level, it's a test. So some students will take that class in 8th grade math. Our highest performing math students will take that in 8th grade. Some students, it's most commonly a 9th grade course.
Okay.
But that includes all Math 1 performance, regardless of their grade.
Okay. I would think that that would also reflect what Mr. Hensley was just saying, is that if they're 8th graders now, however many years ago they were already they were not quite at a level that we've already got our younger children to now, and we're right. If we can get that foundation as they're younger, that's much better. I see eyes. No. Go ahead. Yes,
I'm gonna let
Dr.
Mike.
Locklear.
I'm gonna let Mike kind of give a little commentary on Math 1.
please do. Yes, please do.
That's a
'cause-
nut that the whole state's trying to crack, but it
Okay.
also is a test that got changed a few years ago. But what I would note about the 8th grade performance on Math 1, most all of our 8th graders, almost all, pass the Math 1 EOC.
It's our advanced students who would
That
take
data's
in
not
8th
in
grade.
that 38%.
And they're not included in that 38%. That's only our 9th graders. And so you've peeled off your top
The
8th
top,
grade students in the math want to take it in middle school, and they're not included in that number in 9th grade, if that makes sense. I would say, Dr. Locklear stole my line. This is a nut that we are struggling to crack.
Okay.
Math 1. There's, we have a fire team that's working on that. We've brought in experts to have conversation about Math 1, what our approach is. There's a lot of different philosophies on why that may be the case, but I would put it in context that it's a nut that not anybody has
I
not
understand.
cracked
No,
yet.
that- yeah, and-
Across the state, they're struggling with why the scores in Math 1 are where they are. And we'll continue to focus our attention on it and continue to work on it.
Okay. And I wasn't trying to point out a disparity. I was just that Mr.
That's a
Hen-
great,
Mr.
it's a great question, and I do think you have to put it in the context that, with our other high school scores, our top students are included in that, if you will. But with Math 1, they're taking that in 8th grade rather than at the high school, so it's not included.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
If I can also add too, with Math 1, like my child didn't take it in 8th grade, so she's going to take it in 9th grade, but she hasn't taken it yet. So they don't get a full year of Math 1. They get just not a semester, but
They get a semester.
semester.
So when you get to the high school level, most of the, not all, but most of those courses are semester-long course, the vast majority are
Right.
semester-long courses. So they would get a semester worth, and they would take it either in first semester and test in the end of winter, or they would get it in the spring and test at the end of the year.
Right. So it's not, what I'm saying is that could be a huge gap because kids are used to having math all year long.
Sure.
Learning the curriculum.
I think
versus-
that's one of the theories that's there. It's a semester. If you take it the second semester, you theoretically had a whole first semester where you had no math.
Yeah, that's
So
my
you're
job right
referring
now.
back
Yeah.
to eighth grade. It was more than a year ago or half a
Yeah.
year ago since you took
Yeah.
the course, and so that is a theory. There's a number of things that we've looked at and continue to look at. Thank you for sharing that.
So the other thing I would share for Ms. Davis and the rest of the board is, look, these are objective measurements, and despite their flaws and foibles, it's like the school letter grades. You know, people don't like the school letter grades, and they criticize them, oh, this and that, and they attack them because of it's not enough data points, or this is too weighted, or that's unweighted, or whatever. But the fact of the matter is, just like school letter grades, these are, despite their flaws, these are objective measurements. So you may not be happy with the 38.6%, right? But the important thing is it's improving year over year. And then you just understand the flaws, like, you know, the more advanced students take it in eighth grade and then they're excused from it. So understanding the flaws of the measurement, but it's still important that we look and put, you know, serious weight on objective measurements, because that's one of the very few fingers that we have on the pulse to see improvement.
Go ahead.
So as with ELA, math subgroup performance and the end of grade follow the same trend, with white students significantly outperforming minority peers and economically disadvantaged and students with disability in line with state performance, but again, below the overall average. And high school math tells the same story. The first one is that Math 1 score we were talking about. The second one is Math 3, which is a majority of 11th graders.
So don't go on yet, please.
While he's looking, this is not linked to the agenda, but should be correct.
It should be.
Okay.
It will
Yes,
be.
it
Okay,
will be.
thank you. That's what
It
I,
will be.
thank you, sir. I figured it would, but I wanted to make sure.
You will definitely get a yes.
Thank you.
So I'm going to go back to the African American statistic for a minute. If you look at Math 3, you know, all the previous performance indicators, African American students have trailed,
Yes,
as
sir.
I pointed out a couple of slides ago. But if you look in Math 3, African American students are trailing by about 2/3. They're trailing by 1/3. If you look at Math 1, African American students are trailing by 66%.
Yeah, you just see nodding of heads. Okay.
Well, we're certainly aware of that. I mean, that is, and we'll talk about
Right.
the strategic plan of the
Right.
boards,
Well-
and you talk about subgroups. Again, I talk about the nuts that have been difficult for us to crack.
Right.
Subgroup, particularly the African
Right,
American
but-
students, is a subgroup we're struggling with.
All the subgroups attend the same courses with the same teachers, right? They're provided the same courseware, and they have the same opportunity for, you know, meals and everything we do, they have the same opportunity to, and they attend the same classes, same courseware, right?
That would be true.
Okay, thank you. Just different results.
Historically,
Okay.
oh,
Go
sorry.
ahead, please.
Historically, science has been one of our highest performing tests across grade levels. Trend data for science 5th grade and high school biology shows steady increase, almost fully recovered from that pre-pandemic score. This past year, science in 8th grade dropped 1.1 percentage points, but is still very high at 78.9% of students showing proficiency on that assessment measure. While overall performance in science is high, the discrepancy in minority performance mirrors the same trend as the other subjects. Again, this reiterates that need to focus on closing the gap for these groups.
Just one
Well-
point. I'm sorry,
No,
Mr.
go ahead.
Ansel, go ahead. I was just gonna make one point about the subgroup data that Kate hit, but, quickly, but I wanted to kind of reiterate is that one student can represent 3 categories.
Yes.
It's called overlapping categories. So one African American student could also represent a student who's from an impoverished household and also be a student with disability. So that's just something to keep in mind when we're thinking about subgroups, is that you could have one child who represents multiple subgroups. That's just wanted to make that point again.
Okay, go ahead.
As I stated, the North Carolina English Language Arts end of grade and end of course assessment are designed to measure students' understanding of the grade and subject standards. However, those assessments also give a Lexile score, which is the ability of a student to read at grade level. For this measure, we use the 10th grade English 2 assessment, that is the Capstone reading test that we give. Before I review the data, I would like to point out two things. First, all students who take the assessment, including exceptional education, are included in this calculation. And second, the below grade level range includes everything below 9th and 10th grade reading level. Based on the data, 87% of our students are reading at or above grade level, an increase of 6 percentage points over last year. School growth is different than proficiency. While proficiency measures a student grade level understanding, growth measures the amount of ground a student gains from year to year compared to like peers across the state. So a student who's not necessarily at grade level for proficiency could potentially be closing the gap by making 1 or more years worth of growth. I do want to note that this year we have one additional school, the Connect Virtual Academy, so the numbers don't quite add up. In terms of growth, Moore County has 16 schools meet or exceed growth. 4 schools maintained their met expected growth status from last year, and 3 increased from met to exceed.
So, actually, if we could go back, please. I could accept school letter grades staying the same, you know, I mean, obviously you want them to increase, but when these were published, I was very disappointed at the fact that we had schools, the number of schools increased that did not meet their goals. I think Pinecrest was one of them, correct? What were the other 5? By the way, I was very optimistic in Miss Phillips' plan. I mean, she sat right here and said, we're gonna be an A-rated school, and boom, boom, boom. And I was surprised to see that. So what schools did not meet their?
The schools that did not meet expected growth were Aberdeen, Cameron, Cranes Creek, Pinecrest, Robbins, and Union Pines.
So 2 of our 3 high schools did not meet the expected growth.
That is correct.
Any analysis of that?
In
I mean,
terms
other
of-
than, well, I mean, what was the cause, and what are we gonna do to ensure that they meet their, what was the cause? The school improvement plan should tell us what they're gonna do, but what's your guys' analysis of the cause that we had an increasing number of schools to include 2/3 of our high schools did not meet growth?
Ms. Fall,
Yes, sir.
do those letter grades, they include EC students and students with?
Yes, all the growth and proficiency measures include any student who tests, which does include your exceptional children, yes.
Okay. Isn't it also true that whenever you have high students, it's hard or difficult to show that growth?
I could do a whole presentation on that. My short answer to you is not necessarily. They don't have to make as much growth in order to maintain or improve growth, would be my answer. So it's not necessarily harder to do so, it's just that they don't have to demonstrate as much as a higher student.
Well,
That is normalized over the
Yes.
state, isn't that? so
Correct.
A's are compared to A's,
Yes,
B's
sir.
are compared to B's, et cetera. So,
Yes. They're
But-
compared to
well-
like peers across the state, yes. In terms of,
well, I'm sorry, let me
yes, sir.
clarify Mr. Holmes' comment. You know, the fact of the matter is, and then we'll let Ms. Fall answer my original question. The fact of the matter is, we had schools, Pinecrest is one of them, that met their growth expectations and historically have, and then all of a sudden, you know, we're expecting this and we get this where they didn't meet their expectations. So I asked the analysis of the cause, and then we'll look to the school improvement program to make sure that there's the fix. But I'm very concerned that we have an increasing number of schools that are not meeting their growth compared to 2 years ago.
let's let Ms. Fogg answer
Right,
Mr.
correct.
Hensley's question. Yeah,
Right.
go ahead.
do you want to take that one?
I can take that one. Disappointed in the 2 high schools dropping. I would agree with that completely. I think it's a great question to have if they were presenting because it's usually site-specific, and they'll be able to tell you right off the bat a specific teacher or specific subject matter. Often it's A new teacher doesn't get the growth that maybe an experienced teacher had been there before. I think in both cases, Math 1 was an area of great concern for them and didn't get some of the growth out of Math 1. And as we said before, those are areas we're focused. Feeling a little stronger at Pinecrest with our science bio than we have in the past, but English was an area of concern. Now, why that is, those are conversations with the principal that they usually can identify exactly down to the granular. We didn't hit this group of students that we've hit in the past, or we've been carried by this experienced teacher that we had for 30 years, and that teacher has retired, and now I've got a brand new teacher in there, and I'm just not getting the growth. There usually is an answer that they can be very specific on. But there are some nuts, as we said, using that term multiple times, that we're working to crack.
Right, and referring back to Mr. Cunningham, not Mr. Cunningham, who was the guy that sat next to me? Anyway, a previous school board member, he always said, don't pay attention to letter grades, I'm sorry? Mr. Dennison? Yeah, thank you, Mr. Dennison. I'm so embarrassed, yes, Mr. Dennison would point out, oh, look, letter grades don't matter, pay attention to school growth. And okay, well, let's pay attention to both, and school growth, I just don't want to see schools move, I want to see schools move from right to left.
Agree completely, and school growth is one of those measures that we look at very, very important to us. It is about that individual student making growth from where they start and where they end. And we all want our child to have at least a year's worth of growth, really more than that. And so when we have a school that on average is not making growth, that is of great concern both to us and the principal and the school improvement team.
Okay, thank you. I actually think principals get bonuses based on their school growth, correct?
That is correct.
Yeah.
So General Statute 115C83 outlines school performance grade rules. This includes the calculation that a school letter grade is made up of proficiency, calculating for 80%, and growth being 20%. I'm proud to report that Moore County has no F-rated schools, and Pinehurst Elementary is an A school, a first for Moore County. I'll also note that McDeeds Creek Elementary and Sandhills Farm Life are within a few points of an A. Additionally, 6 schools had B status, 11 C, and 4 D status. 9 schools maintained their performance over last year. 3 schools showed a decrease in letter grade performance, and 9 schools shows an increase in letter grade performance. This is the first year for Connect Virtual Academy to receive a school performance grade, and they earned a solid C. General Statute 115C 105.37 denotes low-performing schools as those with a school performance grade of D or F and a school growth measure of met expected growth or not met expected growth. Using that criteria, Moore County has 4 low-performing schools: Aberdeen Elementary, Robbins Elementary, Cranes Creek Middle, and Elise Middle. However, on a positive note, Cameron, Southern Pines, and Westmore Elementaries came off the low-performing list this year, and Southern Mill is no longer a consistently low-performing school because they have maintained a C for the last 2 years.
And I think we would note also, and I may be stealing your thunder, Kate,
That's
so I
okay, go right
apologize
ahead.
about him, but that both Aberdeen and Robbins Elementary School had double-digit increases in
Yes,
their
sir.
performance, but did not exceed growth or meet growth.
Correct.
Good, thank you.
How does that happen? How do you
That's
have
a good question.
Seriously, how do you have
Yeah.
double-digit growth and not be?
It's based on each individual student, and it does seem like a great question. I can't really answer it honestly, but growth is figured on each individual student and how that student compares to state performance. Mike, I probably might have misstated that a little bit, but go ahead, Mike.
No, you did a good job with that, but a student can, if they're expected to make X gains, they can meet that gain and met growth, not exceeded growth. They'd have to go beyond it or less. You still, on average, make those gains, but based on where they started, they didn't necessarily meet growth. It's perplexing, but both Robbins and Aberdeen had excellent years, even though they didn't meet growth.
It's also important to note that growth is based on comparative to like students across the state. So a student who, as Mr. Levy said earlier, a student who's coming in at a C and ends at a D, or sorry, ends at as a B, well, if the whole state on average who started as a C ended as an A, then that student didn't meet growth, even though that student individually did grow. They didn't grow at the same rate of like peers across the state.
I'd love to see a growth model compared to kid against himself.
Yes.
I would like to see
That would be- yeah.
a growth model. They don't move the goalposts.
Right, and I think I've certainly, my feedback, and I think a lot of folks at the state level with superintendents, et cetera. You'd love to see growth compared against that student, where they started, where they went. So,
Pre-test and
yeah,
post-test.
yeah.
Okay.
Now, let me say, we've been going for about 2 hours here. Can we still keep on going for people,
Maybe a
for the
5-minute
board?
5-minute break, I think, might work.
Would that be good?
Well,
'Cause,
let's just finish this one slide real. I just have one more
Okay, all right, sure, for
observation,
sure.
Just one more comment
For sure.
is, again, going back to what I said earlier, we may not like the metrics, but the metrics are objective and you can compare them year over year. But it is important, whether we agree with them or not, that we understand how they're measured. And, to Mr. Metcalf's comment, this one is a bit perplexing because, I didn't understand until now that it's measured against the norm, not growth with those students or that cohort of students. But we just need to know how it's measured, and then we can keep that in mind as we're looking at the relative performance.
Kate, the grade comes from, the school performance grade is based on,
80% proficiency, which is the GLP, and 20% growth, which
Thank you.
is the measure from EBOS.
Okay.
But then growth isn't, and let me just restate this, growth isn't measured the growth of that cohort of students. It's
No.
the growth of that cohort of students against the growth of the state as a whole.
It's a individual student
Individual
against the,
students.
against the whole.
Right, but
Yes.
collectively, it's
Yes.
that cohort of
Yes,
students
correct.
against the
Correct.
state.
Correct.
So we'll stand in recess until 10:15, 11:15, I should say. Calling the school board back into session. Go ahead, I think it's to Dr. Metcalf or whoever was giving the presentation. Ms. Fall, go ahead.
Okay, another measure of our school success is the number of students prepared for college. For this, we use the ACT, which is a required test for all 11th grade students by the state. For those that may not remember, the ACT is a curriculum-based educational development test measuring knowledge in English, math, reading, and science. The composite score is based on meeting the NC system benchmark of 19. A quick note that in 2021-22, the UNC system changed its enrollment measure from 17 as a composite score to 19. Therefore, the 21-22 performance really does mark a new baseline for that data. That said, Moore County students, while showing a slight increase in performance, still continue to outperform the state with scores 4.3 percentage points higher than the state average. Another measure of college and career readiness is the number of students who successfully complete college coursework while still in high school. We partner with Sandhills Community College through the Career and College Promise Program to give qualified high school age students the opportunity to take tuition-free college courses while they are in high school. This past year, we had 1,110 students take 3,330 classes with a 97% pass rate. That means that 3,024 classes earned both high school and college credit for those students. Yes, sir.
But I'm sorry, I was still looking at this. Can we go back to slide 18, please? So you mentioned that the criteria changed in year 2021, 22.
Mm-hmm.
So are the percentages the three prior years, 2017, 18 to 2022, 21, are those using the benchmark of 17?
Yes, sir. They're using the benchmark of 17 because that was the accountability measure at the time.
Right, so there's really no, so what the problem with this, I understand this shows the accountability measure,
Mm-hmm.
but this is not useful because it only compares the last 2 years, which, you know, went up a bit, right? It went up,
Yes, slightly, yes.
it went up 1%. What would be much more useful is if you showed the because the standard changed, what would be much more useful is for the next 3 years, if you showed the average ACT of all students for each year. That way we could compare apples to apples, because this right here, we have no way to know from 2020, 21 back if our ACT scores are increasing, decreasing, or going sideways.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, Career Ready is also a big goal for us, and our career and technical education programs are amazing. Although through those programs, students can earn industry-recognized certifications and credentials, making them more marketable in the workplace after high school. Last year, our students earned 4,607 industry-recognized credentials or certifications, an increase of 999 over last year, and marks a new high for us.
Okay, so I would like to talk about this for a minute.
Yes, sir.
Within the last year, this board had a huge discussion about the relevancy of credentials. And we had a discussion, and I think it was finally conceded by the superintendent that there's a better metric, and that is students who are on a track to complete an actual course of study leading to be certified in something. Because it was pointed out over numerous occasions, if I have this correct, these credentials are individual courses, like a person who is, you know, a person who's an AIG person may just say, hey, I want to take a Microsoft Office course of instruction, and they get a credential for having passed a Microsoft Office or an Adobe Acrobat class, but that doesn't, it's misleading because it doesn't show students who are on a CTE career path that are working towards certification. Do I have that wrong?
We'll share both metrics. So we'll share this, and when we talk about the strategic plan which the board put in place, those are career clusters. That's
Right.
the pathway. You're exactly right. 4 classes of a cluster. and we'll share that data, and we're on to that in a moment.
Yeah, it's just important to notice what credentials are, because these are not necessarily in a large part are not credentials or classes taken by a CTE student leading towards a vocational path. This includes many students who say, I'm going to take a Microsoft Office class, or I'm going to take an Adobe Acrobat, or I'm going to take a cooking class because they want to know how to make pecan pies. My point is, this is a lot of fluff.
Well, there's one thing I would hope that we would do and would look at these things with regard to our strategic plan. Because in our strategic plan, we have certain goals of taking more CTE courses and the like. So when you get a chance, I'm interested in
We'll
that.
be sharing the numbers in terms of the strategic plan and the
Yeah.
clusters here in a minute.
Okay, that's cool.
We look at those as two different metrics, and
Okay.
I would say both of those metrics are important. It's important to see those students who choose a pathway and stay in that pathway and then finish that pathway in career technical education. That's the board strategic plan. I think it's goal number 5 or 6.
Exactly.
Is that goal. But it also, in my opinion, is good to track and go, how many certifications are our students receiving, whether that's CNA, Certified Nursing Assistants, which may not be just a course, it's also a certification and a test that they have to pass, or whether that's learning how to do visual arts in Adobe. It's good for us to track those two. So we track both of those measures.
Okay, very good, very good. Dr. Locklear, I just hope I didn't interrupt you.
I was only going to just note that those are coming from CT course work, that students are in a course and then they take different credentialing exams.
I look forward to seeing the cluster statistics.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. In addition to credentials and certifications, career and technical education students who have earned CTE credit in a career cluster, which is a group of like topic courses, take the ACT Work Keys assessment in their senior year. This course includes applied math, graphic literacy, and workplace documentation, as well as a lot of soft skills that employers seek. The goal is to score a silver, gold, or platinum. We have once again outperformed the state in this measure, this time by 2.6 percentage points. In terms of subgroup performance, the gap is substantially smaller than in the grade level proficiency. However, it does still exist. Black students have turned around a declining trend, showing a 6 percentage point increase. The gap has decreased from 21.9 to 23.6 percentage points. Hispanic students saw a decline in performance on their assessment, going from 66.1% in 21-22 to 46.9% this past year, a decrease of 19.2 percentage points.
Any analysis of those changes?
What I would point out is we're talking about relatively small numbers of students. The black students made up 44 students tests in that area, and then Hispanic students 64. So comparative to the whole, it's a relatively smaller group. But in terms of the actual assessment piece, the CTE department's aware of the data and is starting to look into exactly that question.
So just doing math in my head, we've got approximately 13,000 students?
Yes, sir.
And what percentage of them are African American?
About 16%.
So that's 13, that's 2,000 African American students, roughly.
Roughly.
And of those 2,000, we have 44 that are in CTE tracks?
44 seniors who
44
completed
seniors.
a CTE course of study. So it's not just they took
Right.
a course, they
They
took a
completed, so 44.
packet of courses.
Okay,
Yes.
all right, very good, thank you.
Dropout data is reported in February for the previous year, so our 2022-23 data will not be available yet. However, for the 21-22 year, Moore County dropout rate was 1.24%, an increase of 0.72 percentage points. But Moore County still remains substantially less than the state's dropout rate, which in this case is a positive. The state's is 2.25%.
I'm sorry, it's right there. Thank
Yes,
you.
it's okay. That's okay. I can read from the chart. I'm good.
Can you elucidate just a little bit on the difference between the dropout rate and the graduation rate? I understand there is a difference.
There is. The graduation rate is how many students graduate within 4 years of starting 9th grade. And so a student would be included in that if they complete their work either before or at their 4-year mark. They might not be included if it took them 5 years to graduate. They would not be included in grad rate. However, if they persisted, they would not count as a dropout because they continued and they stayed and they completed their coursework.
Okay, all right. Just want to point that out for the
Yes,
public because those
absolutely.
are two slightly different statistics.
Yes, sir. Well, dropout rate measures the number of students who leave school. The graduation rate measures the percent of students who complete high school within 4 years.
I'm anticipating.
I love it. I love it. While we saw a slight decrease of 0.4 percentage points, we continue to have a graduation rate that is substantially above the state's average, this past year by 5.4 percentage points. Drilling that graduation down to the subgroup level, we continue to graduate students across all groups at higher rates than the state. Our lowest graduation rate is students with disability, which is 80.4%, and white students is the highest, although very close to black students at 92.6%. Again, I will note that this is a measure of graduation, not just of graduation, but of students who graduate within 4 years. How do our students fare after graduation? North Carolina does do some tracking of post-high school performance on the My Future NC portal. This data is not updated on the same timeline as other data measures, so our last update was June of 2023. For purposes of comparison, we're showing you the June 2021 on this report, which is the last time that number had been updated. The most recent data shows that 17% of Moore County took at least one advanced placement course. That's compared to 16% of the state and 7% when shown next to our peer counties by the My Future NC measure. 62% of Moore County students enrolled in college, community college, or trade school within a year of graduation, which is a decrease over previous data. However, it is compared to 55% across the state and 50% in peer counties. Of those students, 76 remain enrolled for a second year, which is in line with both state and peer data. And of the students who enrolled in post-secondary schools, 61% of Moore County graduates completed a degree within 6 years, an increase over the last data reported out and still slightly higher than the state and peer county averages.
Okay, I'm going to go through the context ranking information. What we're looking at when we do our context ratings is we're comparing ourselves to the state, to the region, which is our Sandhills-Risa, like schools, and as we look at like schools, we're looking at those schools that are similar in demographics and size. So first, we're going to look at the GLP, the grade level proficiency for the state comparison. You'll see that we are 18 out of 115 school districts across the state. The state average for GLP is 53.6%. As the rank of 18, we are 60.3. For grade level proficiency for the regional comparison, again, this is our Sandhills-Risa. Sandhills Regional Educational Service Alliance are Anson County, Bladen County, Columbus County, Cumberland County, Harnett County, Hope County, Lee County, Robeson County, Richmond County, Sampson County, Scotland County, and Whiteville City Schools. Montgomery County was previously in our region but has moved. You'll see that we are ranked number 1 within our region, which is where we expect to be. We expect to be number 1 in our region.
Very good.
As far as like districts, according to the School Efficiency Consultant Central Services Staffing Comparison from August 5th, 2015, and our local analysis of demographics, Moore County's like districts are Brunswick County, Burke County, Carteret County, Chatham County, Craven County, Dare County, Haywood County, Henderson County, and Lincoln County. And that's based on membership and demographics. You'll see that we rank 5th for those like districts. Like district average is 59.45. Ranking is 5th, we are 60.3. We expect that to be higher when we look at our like districts. We would love to see ourselves, and we expect to see ourselves as number 1, just like we do in the region. So we've got some work to do there. But that's where we're ranked currently. Prior to 2023, according to the School Efficiency Consultant Central Services Staffing Comparison from August 5th, the like districts also included Polk County and Union County, but as a board, you wanted us to take a look at that based on the changes in their counties, so they're not within this group any longer.
I do note that between 22 and 23, we went up to 2 points. So when we were 7th in 22-23, we're now 5th in like districts.
Mm-hmm.
So that seems to me to be very, very commendable because we're looking at demographically light districts, and we're doing better among them. So that seems to me to be quite a gain.
This is an area we need to focus our attention on when we compare ourselves to the like districts. Thank you for that comment. I do want to be completely honest, though, just to reaffirm what Ms. Sinan said. The board last year was feeling like Union County in particular had changed, being a suburb
Yes.
of Charlotte, and maybe that wasn't a good comparison. We were using a report going back to 2015 to identify the districts that we were comparing ourselves as like districts. So Ms. Faw and her team did some reviewing, made the decision in conjunction with myself to pull out Polk, which is very small, and Union, which is much larger, and demographics of the schools were much different than Moore counties. We pulled them out. And so that change could also, that you mentioned, moving to number 5, could be it could be impacted by that change. We added Lincoln, and we added Craven and Dare. So we added 3 when we pulled those other 2 out. And so you can do some comparison there, but just wanted to be honest about that.
Well, okay, but unlike Union County, we don't have a toll road, so that's all right.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Yeah, and hopefully not ever.
Okay, as Ms. Foss shared earlier, the ACT is a state test that all 11th grade students take. We rank 21 out of 115 districts. You'll see that we are higher than the state, again, in comparison. And then the regional comparison, again, we expect to be number 1, 46.4 compared to Lee County, which is second, 33.9. But the RESA regional average is 26.9, so significantly above the RESA average. And then the like district comparison, we rank 6 out of those 9 districts. Same districts that was shared before. The like district average is 46.3, and we are at 46.4. For graduation rate, if you'll see on the top 5 schools with the graduation rate in the state, Jones County schools and Tyrell County schools it says greater than 95. The state does not calculate after 95%, so that's why you just see greater than 95%. We are ranked 14th in the state out of 115 districts at 91.8, which is also above the state average. For the regional comparison, again, we are number 1 in the region, which is where we expect to be, by a slight margin of 0.8%, and the RESA average is 84.7%. We look at our like districts, you'll see that we are second among our like districts. The average for the like districts is 88%. Again, we're at 91.8%.
So I have a quick question on the ACT scores. Prior to 1989, the ACT scores measured intelligence. After the fall of 1989, the ACT scores started evaluating something else other than intelligence. And, you know, as you guys know, intelligence, cognitive ability is what a student or a person could achieve. And then based upon environmental factors, there's whether or not you achieve your cognitive ability. If you accept my premise that before 1989, you can look it up, if you accept my premise that before 1989, ACT scores measured intelligence and they no longer measure intelligence, which would be cognitive ability and capability to learn, what you guys are the experts, what do ACTs measure now?
I'm going to let you answer that, Kate.
So according to their website and the North Carolina State reports that we get, it's a curriculum-based educational development test measuring knowledge in English, math, reading, and science. So it's kind of a broad spectrum overview of the curriculum that they should have by 11th grade.
And it's just important that people know that the ACT is no longer a measure of cognitive ability or intelligence. It's a measure of what you've learned and what you know.
And your ability to apply it, yes, sir.
Right. So it's not a measure of our students' capability, because I would expect those to be fairly standard throughout the state. It's a measure of what we have taught them or they have learned in life up until they took that standardized test.
Yes, that could be an interpretation of the information you're sharing, yes.
And all of our 11th graders are required to take it, all 11th graders in the state of North Carolina. And it's a college entrance exam, as we know. It's changed over time, but all of our students are required to take it. And so that's, and then they took the benchmark from 17 score to a 19 score a couple years ago.
Okay, thank you.
Did want to share a little bit with the strategic plan, kind of put this into context as a summary, if you will. And find it here. Yes. This is going to look familiar to many of the board members. We shared this information in our 2x2s when we met a couple of weeks ago, but thought it was wise to bring it back in front of the whole board, just as a sort of summary. As you know, the board has a 2-year strategic plan. They have 7 goals as a part of that strategic plan. We continually do a dashboard of data on that. We'll be updating if we haven't already. Kate's working on that. The dashboard, but wanted to share where we are on each of the 7 goals, the progress toward those goals. This is a 2-year plan going to the end of this school year, 2024. So the results here are after 1 year of the 2-year plan. Goal 1 is to increase the number of schools meeting or exceeding growth from 14 to 23 by the end of this current school year. At the end of last school year, we're at 16 schools. So a slight increase as we work toward all 23 schools either meeting or exceeding growth. Goal 1. Goal 2 was to increase the overall composite grade level proficiency by 10 percentage points in a 2-year period of time, from 56.6% to 66.6%. We're at 60.3, so we're partway there as we work towards 66.6% at the end of this school year. Goal 2. Goal 3 was to increase the context ranking for composite grade level proficiency from 23rd place to at least in the top 5% in the state out of the 115 LEAs. So we were number 23 out of 115 districts based on the composite grade level proficiency. We were at 23. We've moved that to 18. To be in the top 5% means like number 6. So there's work to be done, so we continue to work on that. 18 out of 115 school districts, goal 3. Goal 4 was about reading level. Graduating students who can read, increase the number of 10th grade students reading at or above grade level as measured by the end of course Lexile reading level by 10 percentage points. So the Lexile in 10th grade is kind of a student who'd be able to read and digest the New York Times. Kind of gives you some kind of context there, what that means. We were trying to move from 81% to 91% over a 2-year period. After 1 year, 87% of our English 2 students read at or above the 10th grade level on that 10th grade test, 87%. That does not mean, just like to be clear on that, that doesn't mean that 13% of our students can't read at all. It just means they're not reading at the 10th grade level. I think there's 8 or 9% of them are reading at a 6 through 9 level, about 8%, which is able to handle Harry Potter, for example. I just don't want to give the impression that means 13% can't read. Goal number 5, this was the one that's, again, a tough nut to crack, is our subgroups. And our goal, the board's goal, was to move from 29.9, the gap between the black students and all students, that gap, dropping by less is better. We want to reduce that gap. So going from 29.9 to 19.9, Hispanic from 10 to 0, our economically disadvantaged from 21.1 to 11.1, students with disability from 38.4 to 28.4. So it's 10 percentage points from their achievement scores while increasing overall student performance. You don't want to reduce that gap by having overall student performance go backwards. So you want to keep moving forward, but have those subgroups gaining at a higher rate so that that gap gets reduced. This is a challenge for us. We continue to work on it. It's just a challenge. I just want to share what this particular chart means. You can see 21, 22 in pink, and 22 and 23 in the blue. The GLP is the grade level proficiency, and you can see that in each of these subgroups, proficiency is gained. They made progress in their overall proficiency. But unfortunately, though they made gains in their proficiency, the gap either stayed stagnant or didn't really reduce. I may have even grown with some of their students because the all group increased at a greater rate. Does that make sense? And so this is the challenge for us. How do we handle both ends of that? And again, as Dr. Locklear mentioned earlier, a student can be counted in multiple subgroups. So they can help you in multiple subgroups. They also can work against you in multiple subgroups if they don't perform well. And goal 6, increase the number of students who complete a career and technical education cluster. That's a student who's at least 4 courses within the same career pathway. Our goal was to increase that by 15% over the 2-year period from 441 students to 510. We have had some increases in cluster completers. We're at 460. We've got a long way to go to hit that 510. And the work continues there with our career technical education group. There's some challenges with that. That's not an easy one. That's based on student interest in many ways. So you're trying to educate the students on the value of completing the cluster. But students have a wide variety of interest. If a student stays in the career cluster, that means they may not be taking band, or they may not be taking theater, or they may not be taking foreign language, or they may not be taking, they've got to make choices. And so a lot of the work on this cluster begins in middle school as the student comes through to make that choice. So it's a long-term goal. I know we're trying to reach that number of 510 in 2 years, and believe that we can, but it's about the students understanding the value of that cluster, making an early choice in doing that, and then staying focused within that area. And as Mr. Benway knows from the CTE team and committee that we're working on together, there's a lot of connection with the college and a lot of opportunities for our students to try to gain an understanding of the value of that, which I think will pay off in the career cluster goal number 6.
And let me ask you right at this point, what are we doing in middle school to tell the kids that that a career technical education is as good as the traditional 4-year college education?
Well, I think that message has gotten out, and I'll tell you why I think that message
Okay.
has gotten out, and I'll answer your question about middle school. We were at the CTE committee just last week at Sandhills, and I was talking with a couple of people from that department. We have 400 more students taking career technical education courses this semester than we did last semester. And I think a part of the reason that 400 more are taking it this semester than last semester is it's kind of the cool thing to do. It's hands-on. They can see the value of it. They can understand the economics of it. And we've put a lot of energy and money, frankly, into the middle school. We're offering courses at all of our middle school and CTE. Part of that are career courses where they get a sampling of these different opportunities. We're doing field trips with them. We're taking them to the community college so they can see what that experience is like. They're getting a taste of a lot of different industries that are available to them as they go into their high school experience. We have a coordinator that we've brought in using federal funds. We're able to do a coordinator of middle school programs, you will, which allows us to be even more focused than maybe we have been in the past. So I think a lot of energy has been and money, frankly, and board interest has been placed on the middle school and on the CTE programs moving forward. So I'm excited to see that number increase, but more than that, I think I'm excited that kids are hearing about the opportunities that are available to them, and we'll go that lane. And then, of course, this new early college that we're very excited puts a whole nother spin on it as we start the development of that. That even takes it to another level of opportunity. A lot of great things going on in the career technical education world. I think Mr. Benway would agree with me.
I do, in fact. Matter of fact, we've got earmarked for our January committee meeting promoting CTE in Moore County. So we're attacking that aspect, certainly.
That's fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you. So that's goal number 6. And then goal number 7 is to decrease the number of districts with a school performance grade of F from 2 to 0 over a 2-year period. And of course, now we have to maintain that. We're not going to go backwards. I can assure you that. We have no F-rated schools this year. So just wanted to update on each of the strategic plan goals. I did want to throw this in here at the end about low performance schools. There's a lot of good, but we don't have our head in the sand to not say that there's some work that we need to do too. And we're very open and honest and transparent about the nuts, as I said multiple times this morning, that we need to crack and work that we need to support going on at our schools. We do have 4 low-performing schools, although Aberdeen and Robbins continue to be low-performing, as we noted before. That's not to say that they did not have great year last year. Over double-digit increases in proficiency at Aberdeen and Robbins. Really pleased with the work that the teachers and staff are doing there. That work will just continue. Feel quite sure they'll be out of this status shortly. Cranes Creek is a low-performing school. I think it was just a disruptive year last year for a variety of reasons. I feel confident with the support of Donna's team and others that we'll see that, and the work of Mr. Martin and the staff there, that we'll see great gains there. And the Lease Middle School, there are recurring, which means they've low-performing 2 of the last 3 years. They had exceeded growth last year, the year before, which is why they were not a low-performing this past year. But they did not exceed, and that put them on the low-performing status, but really excited about what their work that they're doing. And so they are a reoccurring low-performing school. So we have areas to focus on. Certainly the subgroup gap, we've talked about that multiple times. It's an area that we are focusing on. That Math 1 we talked about earlier today. That is one we're really doubling down and trying to put some energy into. At English 2, proficiency, talked a little bit about the high schools not making growth, and English 2 proficiency got a decreasing trend there. We're very conscious of trends. Sometimes you can identify, this is why I went down this year, but when you've gone down several years in a row, we've got to give that real attention. So English 2 and the proficiency of that trend we want to focus on. And then, as always, our schools that are not performing to the level that we want them to, we double down with our commitment to them to give them increased attention, and particularly want to look at those 2 middle schools. That's not to suggest that we're not looking at the high schools or we're not looking at other schools, but these are areas that we need to focus on as well, and are here to answer any questions that you may have.
Board questions? Yeah. One of the things that I did want to point out is that I think that we're a unique board because we are actually set our goals, and we actually see them from percentage standpoints and from data standpoints. And I would bet, although I don't know what other districts are doing, I would just about bet that we're probably the most data-driven school system in the state of North Carolina. So that I would congratulate Dr. Locklear, your administration, for doing this and for being as transparent as we are, showing the public where we stand, what our percentages are, what our percentages need to be. So I think that's very, very good and very, very important. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
All right, so now let's go forward to the 2023-2024 20-day student membership.
All right,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We appreciate the board's engagement and energetic, leaning in on all that data. And it is a big report that we do each year, but it's, like you said, Mr. Levy, to be as transparent as we can, celebrate what we can, but also know we've got work to do. Gave a little bit of update to the board in September, but we now want to come back in October now that we've gone past day 20 and update the board on our day 20 membership report. Some similarities to what we shared in September. I think we saw that trend of flat enrollment continue for the most part, but I'll turn it over to Mike.
Yes, sir. Ms. Faw does a lot of things really well. One of the things she does well is monitor our student membership with our data managers at each of the school, and every year we update the board where we're at after the 20-day membership, and wanted to share that with you. Self-reported 20-day membership is 12,963 students. That's 32 students less than the 20-day mark. I'm sorry, let me rephrase that. You knew what I meant, but I said it wrong and I apologize. The 20-day for 23-24 was 12,931, which is 32 students less than where it was in 22-23, which is 12,963. So we're 32 students less this year than we were last year. We'll say that though we're less in actual membership, our projections, we do projections twice throughout the school year. Our April projections, which is based on current enrollment rolled up, plus 3-year averages for kindergarten and the Community Learning Center, we came in over what we had projected in April. So we do an April projection to try to get a feel for our allotment of teachers as we start doing our planning for the next school year. We're actually 186 students over what we projected. However, we're down in comparison to where we were by 32 students at the 20-day mark last year. Hope
Let
that
me
answers your
ask in
question.
terms, and this goes to Dr. Locklear, and maybe you know, when we true up these projections, do we get more funding from the state, or do we have to wait?
If you're within a certain percentage of what the state projects, you don't get any funding that goes back to them. If you're over by a certain percent, you can request more funding. It's not guaranteed.
Okay.
So that's kind of how that works. And I wish Tina was in the room because she can give the exact policy on that. But that's kind of the big picture.
All right, I'm just hoping that we can get more funding if we have more students than we project, because lots of people are moving in.
Lots of people moving in. I wanted to give you a taste of where we've seen some of these.
If I could, real quick, I was going to make a comment about the negative 32 decline in our attendance. And since everyone said we got lots of people moving into the county, it should not escape this board that, Moore County continues to have significant population growth, mainly among young families with school-age children. And the fact that our real number enrollment went down 32, which, is 0.1%, something like that. The more important thing is we continue to lose market share. And we got to ask ourselves, why do we lose market share if the number of school-age children increased, this year, which is a reasonable assumption, yet our real numbers, we continue to lose market share. And we have overhead to absorb, and we have this and that. So we just have to continue. It comes with the answer is improvement. Make our schools so good that no one else would want to look anywhere else. But we just need to keep that in our mind, that we continue to lose market share. Our enrollment's steady, our funding's going up, so our costs, I assume our budget's going up this year. So our cost per student is going to go up significantly. Just a couple observations there on that one slide.
I heard an interesting view on that last week. Sorry. Hearing last week that part of the diminishing is the fact that cost of living in Moore County has skyrocketed so much, people are moving out of the county to other lower cost places. Cost of living, the cost of housing, et cetera, is probably the central factor there, if that applies. So I'm just adding that in as a possible impact.
We monitor market share. That's a great point, Mr. Hensley, and I think we get our market share information, I think it's November. Is it November? So in November, we'll be able to provide the board with an update, which is a year late, I guess, but it'll tell us where the students in Moore County are going to school, whether that's private schools, home schools, charter schools, or us. And so we monitor that market share, and you're exactly right. We're stagnant right now, but I feel like those numbers will increase as great products.
I'm not
We're
trying to
offering
be
a
a
great
doomsday.
product.
We're doing the correct things, and that is delivering a great product, but we just need to stay focused.
And we've got to do a good job of communicating our product.
Absolutely.
And marketing
Absolutely.
our product. And that's something we're constantly looking at because we are in competition.
Yeah.
And I'm okay with that. I just believe we're the best choice. I'm okay. I'm good with school choice. I just believe Moore County Schools is the best choice. And we have to do a really good job of showing that, continuously improving to provide that, and then marketing all the choices and opportunities that our district gives. So it's great points.
And one of the other things is, as a matter of fact, I was having a conversation earlier, I think it was either earlier today with someone, and that is what people see on television is a bashing of public schools. And what they don't see is that Moore County is significantly different than a lot of schools nationally. And that means we're giving out, I think, overall a better product. And I think people who are bashing the public school system nationally should take a very, very close look at Moore County schools, because we are giving them a very, very, very good product compared to, especially compared to our competition.
And I'll say not only nationally, but regionally too. Number one in the region and one of the 18 top in the state. But sometimes people see something that happens at one of our schools that may be near us, but not Moore County schools, and assume that that's what public education is in Moore County as well, and that's simply not the case.
And I appreciate that. I appreciate it. We do it the Moore County way. Am I right, Dr. Locklear?
That is correct. The Moore County way. I wanted to give you just kind of, so you could just kind of see, these are our elementary schools. You can see the schools that have increased and which have decreased. Not huge swings, an increase at McDeeds Creek and Carthage Elementary, some decreases at Farm Life and Southern Pines, but those are not huge ups and downs, but swings, but there are some swings. That is our elementary schools. At the middle school, large swing at Cranes Creek. Again, we talked about that being an unusual year last year, and I do think those student numbers will come back. Mr. Martin indicates that he's getting people calling consistently saying that they may be ready to come back to school and are touring the school and having conversations with him, and so I think those numbers will come back.
And I might add, last week I spent almost the entire day, at least 2 stints, including going to the Cranes Creek PTSA. And Mr. Martin is doing a fabulous job, I believe, pointed out to me some of the things that they're doing a lot differently, even to the point of putting all of the students into the one building, which helps both on a security level, I might add, and also in terms of management of students. And I just can't sing his praises enough, as well as the parents that I met at that PTSA meeting. Very, very, very dedicated to supporting the school. So that school, I believe, is going to do surprisingly well as we look at it in the coming year. So I think it's fantastic, and I think those people who maybe saw a couple of things on YouTube or Facebook or whatever might know that those are aberrations, but B, we have brought in many, many, many new resources to help that school, and it is doing well, at least from what I've seen. Mr. Martin is doing a fabulous job.
And I'll just add to that, I went over to Cranes Creek, and it seems like the overall morale there is just tremendous. And, you know, with that, you're going to have better teaching, you're going to have better outcomes with students. And, you know, I think he's doing a very good job with the discipline there. And I agree with Bob. I think that school will be very, very good. You'll see pretty good improvement.
Thank you. Appreciate that. So these are the middle school swings, and then wanted to show the high school. Union Pines down a little bit, 28 students is that has not been the trend over the last few years. Pinecrest is up. Yeah, you want it to go down a lot further for that car line. You and I are opposed on that.
Dr. Metcalf, if I may ask a question, what is the genesis behind the CLC losing 18 students? Is that from dropout?
No, they graduated out, and the numbers are just up and down at the CLC. This is because you really can't compare the CLC from one year to the next. It depends
that's true,
which
yeah.
students you're putting back to their home school, how many are staying with them at the start of the year, how many they graduated.
So
It's
that
very up
could
and
be a
down.
good thing,
Could be a
right?
good thing. Hmm.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And question on the Connect Academy, that -10 could mean that they went actually into like Northmore or a
Yeah, that's exactly what
a
it means.
brick or mortar school.
Yeah, the students who are not being successful virtually
Mhm.
generally go back to their home schools, and so that can impact those numbers. We monitor the CVA very closely. That's actually one of the goals of Mr. Swafford is to try to market even more than he already is outside of Moore County, to try to bring others in. I say outside of Moore County. They may live in Moore County, but not currently be in Moore County schools, and that's who he's really trying to reach to increase his virtual academy numbers. But
And I might also add that some of the virtual students are military. This is a real service
Yeah.
to our military. Some of the kids want to travel with their parents or do travel with their parents, and they may be in Germany. I think he once told me that one of the students was somewhere in the Middle East.
Yeah.
But they are still going to Moore County schools and getting our education, which shows two things. Number one, it's a service to the military. But number two, it shows what faith military families have in Moore County schools. So it works out all the way around.
thank you. And then finally, just to put it in a, yes, sir.
I'd like to circle back to the Community Learning Center numbers. I would like a little more in-depth on that, and I'll tell you why. For two reasons. One is it was the intention of this board, it was one of our priorities to expand the funding and capacity of the Community Learning Center. In fact, the superintendent requested it so that we could reestablish, unfortunately, a 6th grade level at the Community Learning Center. Also, with this board's renewed focus on discipline, one would think there would be more referrals, yet in black and white, there's a decrease in 18% of attendance at the community. That's 18%, and it's passed off as, oh, well, that's just timing because some graduate. But, you know, it's a snapshot, and it's a snapshot, just like I said earlier, objective measurements are objective measurements. And if the central office came to the board saying we need more funding to increase the capacity of Community Learning Center, and the board's saying we need to take care of these discipline problems, then how exactly is enrollment down 18% in the Community Learning Center that we were told we needed more funding to increase the capacity? Did the funding go down so we don't have the capacity? Are we not doing discipline referrals? I don't accept the answer of, oh, well, we graduated all of them. That just doesn't make sense.
Generally, yeah, I certainly can get you further information, but I would say that the CLC numbers increase throughout the course of the year. And so at the end of the year, you may be graduating, those students may leave. A lot of those students tend to be transient.
Right, but this
I'll
was
be happy to-
reported at the same date
20
last
days.
year.
Mhm. Right, it was. It's just a lot of flexibility and a lot of fluctuations with the CLC. But I'll be happy to
Right,
provide you
yeah.
that data. But generally, the increase there with the
Well,
discipline comes out throughout
Just
the
on
course
the
of the year.
surface of it, based upon this, it appears we have excess capacity in the Community Learning Center right now.
I'm pretty sure that, you know, as time goes on and we redo the disciplinary matrix, that you may see changes in those numbers.
Again, Mr. Holmes, we were told just in the last budget cycle that we must increase funding because we needed more capacity, and all the board members accepted that and voted on that. But then we see an 18% decrease in enrollment, so there's got to be 18% more capacity there. So I'm just questioning, do we need more capacity or do we don't need more capacity? Because this would lead me to believe we have excess capacity as opposed to this exact same time last year.
Yeah, I think we presented on there's a long-term plan of how we can increase our alternative education resources. That obviously is a significant investment, would be a significant investment by the board based on availability of funding. I think specific to the priorities was about expanding really that, like you noted, the 6th grade, whether that be virtual as well as in person. I think that was part of what we were looking at. We're also looking at the ability to have a few different resources that they would be able to pull from. To Mike's point, this is the enrollment can ebb and flow at the CLC throughout the year. Sometimes you've got students who are transitioning back into their home school, and sometimes we've got students who are going to be joining us, or we may have reached out and got them after they've dropped out and brought them back into the, and serving them through the CLC. I would not say that this indicates whether or not we have an expectation for discipline and to maintain discipline. We definitely have a strong focus on that. We'll continue to. But I think we'll see this ebb and flow throughout the year, and we'll continue to be looking at, once we have our hands wrapped around exactly where we sit with the budget, are there resources to push out the CLC?
Yeah, I just doing math off the top of my head, assuming an equal distribution of students at the Community Learning Center, which I'm sure they're not, but just for the sake of argument, there's 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th grade, so there's 7 grades. If you divide 110 by 7, you've got about 15 students per grade. And if we've lost 18 students, you've got enough space for an entire 6th grade plus 3 additional students. So I'm just questioning, on one hand, we need more money to expand, and on the other hand, we've got 18% more capacity unfilled than we did last year.
Yeah, this is a moment in time, Mr. Hensley.
Correct.
It's a moment in time, and I would,
Just one second. Well, I think we've gone over the point. David, did you want to just conclude?
Yes, I would like to finish my statement before you gavel me down. As I pointed out before, this is an objective measurement taken at the same point of time, same time last year. So it should, the reason given is, oh, well, we have students in transit. Well, we should have had the same students in transit last year, and the year before that, and the year before that. I'm just trying to reconcile what we were told 4 months ago in the budget cycle with what I'm seeing now in the numbers.
Okay, all right. Okay, let's move on.
Final slide, just for your review, is just comparative data going back to 2018-19 in terms of the numbers.
Okay.
Just you've got it.
Anything further? Any other questions? Okay.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair, just one other
Yes,
observation.
go
1,
ahead.
2, 3, 4, 5. So the last 6 years, I go back to, in spite of the tremendous increase in the population of Moore County, our enrollment's gone up a total of 144 students, or 1.1%. So we are losing market share.
Okay, all right. Anything further from anyone? Okay. Now, with the permission of the board, originally we thought Mr. Holmes would be here. Oh, well, wait a second. Did we want to break for lunch? I saw you looking at your watch. Okay.
well, I could double check and see if lunch is here. It is here? Okay. Then yes, sir, we could take a 30-minute break for lunch at some point.
Okay.
So lunch is being served for school board members?
Just have some pizza that's here available for the board if they wanted to participate in it. Yes, sir.
Okay, so is a half hour good for everybody? Okay, so let's say 12:40? Okay, all right. We're standing recess.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I would like for someone to make a motion to modify the agenda, and we vote on it.
Okay. All right, do I hear a motion to modify the agenda so that this will take a 2/3 majority, so that we have item 3C can be restored to the agenda?
So move.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. Matter is restored to the agenda. Duty-free lunch. Let's talk about it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Sinan is prepared to give some overview information of the law and board policy behind duty-free lunch. Our schools all handle that in a little different way. Kind of connects back to our school improvement team work we were talking about, because that's the team that takes a look at schedules, et cetera. So I'll turn it over to Ms. Sinan.
All right, thank you so much. So duty-free lunch, just some like high overview information about duty-free lunch and how it's done at our elementary schools in the district. House Bill 563, General Statute 115C 301.1 states that duty-free instructional planning and lunchtime should occur all during regular student contact hours. All full-time assigned classroom teachers shall be provided with both of the following, which is duty-free instructional planning time during the regular student contact hours, and then at least 30 minutes of duty-free lunch daily, or time on a daily basis. What I want to say about this is it's provided to the maximum extent that the safety and proper supervision of children may allow. That is utmost 100%. The most important piece there is to make sure that our students are properly supervised and that safety is paramount. So with school improvement planning, for General Statute 115C-105.26, school improvement plan will include a plan to provide a minimum of 30 minutes of duty-free lunch period on a daily basis for every teacher. However, the point here is that this does not have to occur during regular student hours for duty-free lunch. It can be before or after school, which includes the teacher hours. It could also be done during another time throughout the day, so it doesn't have to be held during that student lunchtime. So daily schedules, if we take a look at our standard day schedule for our elementary schools, the school day includes 7 hours for students and 8 hours for staff, 8 hours for our employees. So from 7 to 7:30 or from 2:30 to 3, that may be used for the duty-free lunch requirement. So that may be a time that some of our schools are using for that duty-free lunch. For encores and specials, looking at the school schedules, which are developed based on the staffing that they have, based on their school improvement plan, based on what their team decides needs to happen. They have anywhere from 45 minutes to 75 minutes per day. That depends on the school schedule and the elementary school and the number of encore teachers, things like that, that they have in their building. So that time can also be used for that duty-free lunchtime if it's not a day that they are in PLCs or in planning. So school implementation, what I did was break it down by school so you could see how they are doing their duty-free lunch. They implement the policy based on their schools, and all elementary schools fall into one of these situations. So Pinehurst Elementary School has duty-free lunch every day for students during either their lunch or their recess. That's how they go ahead and do that, and they cover that through their instructional assistants covering either lunch or recess so that the teacher has that duty-free lunchtime. They also have 2 part-time teacher assistants that are hired to cover that as well. For Vast Lakeview, Aberdeen, Sandhills Farm Life, Cameron, Carthage, High Falls, Westmore, and Southern Pines, they have duty-free lunch during student lunch 1 to 2 days a week. So not every day, but 1 to 2 days a week, they do that duty-free lunch during the students' lunchtime. Duty-free lunch is held before or after school, or before or after student hours, or at another time during student hours. So they hold it when, when that schedule, when it works out for those teachers. They go ahead and hold it during one of those other times. For their 1 to 2 days that they do combine with coverage. Some of the schools have teachers that maybe cover a couple classes during lunch. They have some instructional assistants that may cover once in a while. They also are using some volunteers. So as the year progresses, they'll be using some volunteers that have gone through the volunteer process to cover that lunch on 1 or 2 days a week. West Pine, West End, McDeeds Creek, and Robbins, Duty-free lunch is either held before or after student hours, so that before or after school time or at another time during student hours. So all schools work to find a time in the day to ensure that teachers are offered a duty-free lunchtime. According to our board policy, it says that, school improvement plans, the school improvement team approves when that duty-free lunch is going to be taking place. Again, it's not necessarily correspondent with the length of the instructional or lunch period for students, but should be of a reasonable length. And during that time, the teacher should not be assigned other duties on an ongoing regular basis. However, such duties may happen from time to time based on what is needed for the safety and the proper supervision of students. Schools review the schedules and resources to determine how to best meet the needs of students and staff. When we look at like a Pinehurst Elementary School that uses their instructional assistants, they have more instructional assistants than maybe a Westmore Elementary that has maybe 2 or 3 teacher assistants or instructional assistants. That's, if they are covering that lunch duty, that's a lot of time that they're out of the classroom where they're, instead of helping students, are also working with intervention groups. So it really depends on what that school improvement team, how they plan that and how they determine how they're gonna best meet the needs of the students in the school. And then school improvement teams discuss and plan how to implement based on those resources. So it's really, if you look at each one of the schools, it's really specific to what the school needs, what resources they have, and how their school improvement team determines how to use those resources. And I talked really fast, and it was a lot of information.
So, Miss Sonnet, excuse me. One of the problems that I see, you have 7 to 7:30, 2:30 to 3. I mean, what do you do about teachers that have bus duty or car duty? I mean, and 2, these teachers are required to be there, so it's not technically a free lunch period. They're getting prepared to work that day. So that's kind of like a smoke and mirror. You see what I'm saying?
I do. So if they are on duty, then yes, that wouldn't necessarily count towards that because they're supervising students. So what it states is that is the first priority, is the safety and supervision of our students. However, if they can use their duty-free lunch however they want to. If they want to get ready for the day, if they want to read a book, if they want to, whatever it is that they want to do during that time, that's still, it's unassigned. They may be using it to get ready for the day, but that's unassigned time that they have that is not where they are supervising students.
So it would be safe to say that teachers or any teacher really that has car duty, bus duty, whatever it would be, there's a possibility that they wouldn't have that opportunity for a duty-free lunch. Is that correct?
It would be found probably in another part of the day. We would have to look at like individual teachers, but the schools have those plans of when that duty-free time would take place.
Can you not utilize some of the classified staff to sit in on some of those classes to allow these teachers to have a lunch?
And
like
some of them do that. Some of them do that based on when those times take place. But every school has a different number of staff members. So if you're using your classified staff, if you don't only have a few teacher assistants because you're at a smaller school, dividing those 3 or 4 people out among every single teacher during that time, there wouldn't be enough time, there wouldn't be enough supervision for students.
So the schools with smaller staffing, they're for lack of a better word, they're getting screwed out of that lunch.
Well, the school improvement teams discuss what that needs to look like in their building, and they make that decision based on what the resources are that they have and how they want to work that schedule.
Okay.
So it's a school improvement team decision.
Okay.
And maybe this question goes to Dr. Locklear. If a teacher is not satisfied with her particular duty-free lunch or whatever, what does he or she do to maybe change that situation? Do they have a redress? Can they write to their principal, or do they write to the head of the school improvement team? What do they do? And by the way, I want to underline one other thing. We make sure that no one retaliates, so that if a teacher is upset at her or his particular time, they should feel free to make their objections known. And this board will do everything possible to make sure that no bad things would ever happen to a teacher who would want to assert him or herself in that matter. But go ahead, Dr. Locklear.
Yes, sir. You're exactly right. There's actually board policy that prohibits retaliation.
Yes, yes.
When questions, concerns are brought up. But you're exactly right with that. If a teacher is dissatisfied with the school schedule, they certainly would bring that up through their school improvement team representatives. Usually schools have grade level representatives. And of course those, if we saw, there's a list of who each membership of the school improvement team at each school, they bring it up through them. They discuss it as they're looking at their schedules. Here are some concerns that came up, why this didn't work. You know, if it's a schedule that's not working well, they can redesign that during the year too. That happens from time to time. That's usually based on the learning needs and being able to take care of the needs of the kids. So there is a process for that redress, as you put it, and that would go up through the school improvement team. And of course, they can always discuss those questions and concerns with the principal.
Okay, and that could, as a matter of fact, through our establishing our policy, grievance policy, come all the way up to the board if that was ever necessary. Am I right?
You can grieve an administrative decision.
Yes.
It's will probably fall underneath employee complaint policy. And there is a process for that we handle that as well if it goes above the school. That's correct.
Okay. I just want to make sure that not only we know, but everybody knows that there's a path for this. But go ahead.
Yeah, and I believe we should send out like a mass email or mass message district-wide advising them, because I'm sure there's a lot of teachers out there, especially new teachers, that aren't familiar with that, and that we are able to accommodate them the best that we can. So would that be a possibility for you to do, Dr. Locklear?
Are you referring to like a mass email?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That would not normally be something I would do, but what I would say is that we worked with our schools, we worked with our principals on making sure we're communicating that information with our school teams. We send information out, what we call a leadership update, that emphasizes a certain point of emphasis for them to share with their staffs. That would be our normal process for emphasizing that, and so certainly I don't see any reason why we couldn't include that in those normal communication chains.
If I can interject just one thing, the Student Improvement Plan Committee will talk about what is important to them, and duty-free lunch can be a topic. But then it has to get voted on by the entire school. So the entire school will know about what's important to them and what's not. And the entire school can say, hey, look, I want duty-free lunch in there, and then the Student Improvement Plan has to come back, or the committee has to come back and talk about that. So maybe that's just something that the principals can have on their agenda, just to talk and have a conversation on.
The avenue in which that message is conveyed is, minor, just as long as it is conveyed to all the teachers and staff. Yeah.
Yes, sir. We want to emphasize that, we're our school families and a district family, and families are not always going to agree, but we can agree agreeably. we can disagree agreeably, rather. We can have conflict, but do that in a professional way. Sorry, I screwed that up, Stacy. We can disagree agreeably. So there's systems and processes and ways that we do that at the schoolhouse, and the school improvement team process is that way.
So I have some questions. Yes. Does this policy apply only to elementary schools? Okay, because let me give a little historical context of this. There's been some emails between the superintendent, the chair, myself, and the board attorney going back as far as May. I just looked them up. This has been a topic that first came up in May. And if you guys remember correctly, in May of this year, we discussed the school daily plans, the daily, I forget what it's called.
The
standard day schedule. In fact, you briefed it.
Yes, yes, sir.
Right? And during that brief, I pointed out there's a huge, there's actually two problems here. And well, actually the fundamental problem is technically we're within the law. But you can be within the law and be grossly unfair because these are salaried employees. And because they're salaried employees, you can be, oh, well, we're following the law, which was the position of people on that email chain, but you can still be unfair. And here's what the catalyst behind this was. When on May 8th, it was May 8th of this year, we discussed the standard day schedule. And I noticed that there was a huge disparity between the free time of teachers at the high school level, the middle school level, and the elementary school level, specifically on this issue, the duty-free lunch. And I pointed out in that meeting that we are not doing our duty with, you know, as you went down that chain, the teachers were increasingly, for lack of a better term, getting screwed vis-a-vis their duty-free lunch. High school had all the time, they get a free period out of a 4 hour and a half, they teach there's 4 hour and a half blocks, and they only teach 3. So by definition, they get an hour and a half each day of duty-free time for them to do lesson plans and stuff. You go down, and you notice that the high schools aren't covered on this, right? It's kind of, oops, we left that out. Then you go to the middle schools, and it's kind of the same. It's more towards the high school, the elementary. Then you get to the elementary school level where the teachers have to spend more eyes on the students because they're younger and, you know, whatever. So in that meeting, I just made the point of this doesn't seem fair, our treatment of teachers between the grades. And an employee did step up. The week following that meeting, there was an employee who stepped up that sent a letter to all board members that I got engaged in, and I got engaged with the chair and the superintendent, ultimately the board attorney. And don't worry, Bob, I'm not going to talk about anything privileged. You know, I pointed out two things. I pointed out the unfairness between the grades, and then I pointed out the unfairness between the schools, because if we could go back one slide. So again, you can be well within the bounds of the law, but you can be unfair to your employees and your team members. So not only do we have unfairness among high school, middle school, and elementary school, look at the unfairness we have between the schools. You know, Pinehurst Elementary, which is an A-rated school, that principal has chosen to invest money because these principals all have local funds. Right, and I heard during this brief, well, you know, some people, they pay subs or they pay classified staff to do that. The reason why the elementary schools at Pinehurst all get a duty-free lunch period every day without exception, you know, except maybe an emergency, is because that principal prioritizes that. And then you go to schools where, oh, well, they get it 1 or 2 days a year. Well, that's lower priority of that principal and that administrator at that school who is not, you know, they're choosing to invest their local funds into something else, not taking care of their people. So the problem is twofold. The problem is we are within the law technically, but we're not treating our people equitably between the schools, and we're certainly not treating them. So anyway, we're within the confines of the law, and that's where some people lay, well, gosh, we're complying with the law, but we're not being fair. And the second thing is a two-pronged test where we're not being equitable among how we treat our teachers and probably our staff at the different levels of schools. And as you can see on this slide, we're not even consistent on how we treat them among a given level, in this case, elementary school. And I tell you what, a brave person came forward, sent a very well-composed email. I'm sure the chair, I'm sure you guys remember it. But no action was taken. It was just like, oh, we're within the confines of the law. So I think what we need to do is we need to make sure that we have uniformity on this issue between our schools. It is unfair for teacher A to be at Pinehurst Elementary and that teacher A gets a 30-minute duty free every day. And then you got teacher at West Pine, McDeeds Creek, and Robbins who, well, you know, maybe kept, perhaps possibly, if we could get to it, you could do it at the end of the day. You know, day ends at 4, you could just sit at your desk from 4 to 4:30, and there's your 30 minutes. So I think we need to have a policy to make this uniform throughout all the Moore County schools.
I think most everybody on the board would agree with David in that, and you know, he's exactly right. You're staying within the law by saying that they can have that lunch at breakfast time or after lunch time, and I don't think that's acceptable. I think we really need to look into, and just like David said, invest, like the principal at Pinehurst Elementary, invest in that duty-free lunch period.
Dr. Locklear?
A couple points. I'll just throw out for clarity, or at least on my perspective on this. We did get a well-worded email from a teacher, and we did follow up with that teacher at the school level with the principal. Had a couple times where sat down and met with that teacher and talked about the process through the school improvement team with her team. I would also say that I would not recommend that the board dictate how this happens at each school, because every school with that school team is looking at their needs, is looking at their schedules, and they're making those decisions at the school level. This isn't this isn't a dictate from one person. This is a team discussion, and it's true. Every team member may not agree with that, but there are processes for them to express that and to make their position and perspective known on that. I would also say that a teacher's role at the high school and the design of how that looks as a teacher, as a former high school teacher, is going to look much different than a teacher at the elementary level. So there's going to be differences in what my day looks like as a high school social studies teacher versus a kindergarten teacher. And I think there's pros and cons based on that. I would have probably never had the skill set to run a kindergarten classroom, and that was never my passion. But I did have a passion for high school and being at the high school level. So again, I think there's going to be differences just because of the school, the way the school's designed, and the way the age groups are designed when you're looking at elementary, middle, and high. But each job is challenging in its own way, and each job is rewarding in its own way. So that's just a couple pieces of perspective I'll offer. I do not think it should be something the board dictates via policy, but I do think it's something that we need to continue to work with our schools on and looking how those schools creatively provide what's required by policy and law.
I respectfully, disagree with that. There's all kind of different ways that the schools, the district as a whole, can get creative with our elementary schools, whether that duty-free lunch is, between 9:30, 10:30, 1:30, and so forth. We're the Board of Education. We have the ability to make policy to ensure that these teachers get what's required by law and not staying, as David said, within the law by doing, from 7 to whatever and so forth in the afternoon. I would encourage all the board members to strongly think and consider, how this isn't very equitable and uniform across the board. It blows my mind that, it's surprising that Pinehurst is the only school that has come up with a way or developed a way out of all the elementary schools up there to accommodate teachers for this duty-free lunch. That's pretty much it.
Okay. Further comments?
Yeah, I would
Yes,
just say
ma'am.
too, I know 'cause I worked at Pinehurst Elementary, and I mean, this dates back to when I worked too, that we would do duty-free, we'd have some duty-free lunch, but as a kindergarten, first grade teacher, a lot of us decided to eat with our kids because they just need an extra 2-4 hands sometimes because they're opening things up and just that whole thing. But then at recess time, our assistants would take our children out, and we would have that time to ourselves to plan, to do whatever we needed to do to eat. So that was one of the tactics that we did at Pinehurst. My suggestion would be to follow up with the schools that don't have duty-free lunch, Dr. Locklear, and just ask them And I know you have it here, but have a more in-depth conversation with them as far as when they're doing their strategic planning. If they will just talk about it and see if it is important to that school. Because maybe it's not important to some schools, maybe it is important to others. So I would just, in my head, just maybe have the principal have just a conversation and see where that leads to, and then we can come back and decide what we would like to do. Because ultimately, I think it belongs to the school, not necessarily, we shouldn't dictate anything.
One more question. Of the Vast Lakeview, Aberdeen, and all those, how many of those schools have duty-free lunch 1 or 2 days a week?
Vastly, all of those in that category do it 1 to 2 days a week.
Okay, and I see some, well, the second bullet says duty-free lunch held before or after student work.
So the other 3 days, 4 to 3 days,
Okay,
or
I
3
see.
to 4 days,
Yeah.
they would do.
Their duty-free
different
lunch
time.
between 7:30 and 8, or between 4 and 4:30,
Yeah.
right? Which was kind of my point earlier.
Yeah, exactly. I think we can do better.
If I could, I just have one point I'd like to make, is the superintendent did recall the letter, and it was a very nice email from a very concerned teacher, and it was well-intentioned, and the superintendent made a blanket statement, this has been taken care of. It was addressed via that teacher's chain of command, blah, blah, blah. But the fact of the matter is, that teacher works, I just looked it up, works at one of those schools that only has duty-free lunch 1 or 2 days a week. So she didn't get any satisfaction of sending an email to this board. In fact, I think if Mr. Holmes had not brought this up, it would have never seen the light of day again. And that's unfortunate, because think about that. That person came forward and said, hey, look, the spirit and intent of that state law and your policy is to, wherever possible, give them a duty-free lunch where they're not juggling kids and wiping snotty noses in between eating their bologna sandwich, right? And she got no satisfaction when she came forward. Didn't even get addressed by the entire board. And that's unfair. And she still, and I shouldn't have revealed the gender, but that teacher is still, stuck in that 1 to 2 days. So there's been no change in the status. So I think that this needs to be reviewed. I think that a policy needs to be made. And what's happened is, the state law is clear that it's almost written as unless an emergency, or, in the policy, all measures, all attempts will be made. Well, gosh, we tried everything. Well, obviously you didn't try what the principal at Pinehurst Elementary tried, because they figured it out. And I just think that you owe it to any person, whether they're salaried or not, that unless, they're commanding a battleship that's taking incoming fire, they should get 30 minutes to enjoy their lunch.
Yeah. And going back to what Stacy, you said, not developing a policy and letting each school dictate whatever. But the problem with that is you would still end up with the same thing. Nothing will ever be accomplished. By outlining specifically in policy that these duty-free lunches need to happen is very, very important. And it's not something, because, if we don't, then it'll just get passed on down the line, and you'll still have teachers that would be disgruntled for being treated unfairly, in relation to Pinehurst Elementary or wherever. So I think that we do need to have a policy on that. I would encourage that the central office staff get in touch with their principals to make this accommodation.
Ms. Davis?
How did you know?
Well, you pulled the microphone up to you.
All right. I do want to read the It's on. I do want to read the duty. Well, we already had the duty-free lunch period. School improvement plan shall include a plan to provide a full-time assigned classroom teacher a duty-free lunch period on a daily basis, or as otherwise approved by the school improvement team. I'm not going to keep reading because I'll belabor it. I think I'm going to side with I know I'm going to side with Dr. Locklear that it would be impossible for us to put a policy in place any further than what we already have, because of the individualized schools and how they can and are able to handle it. What our responsibility comes to is whenever they bring their school improvement plans to us, we need to make sure we're focusing on what it is that they're coming up with as the means to take care of the duty-free lunch, and make sure that if they don't have a good plan in place, we're looking for on that school improvement plan and holding them accountable to taking care of their people as best as they can, because on the ground, they know how they can, when they can, and all the details like that. So it's a noble and admirable thing. We want our teachers to have this time, but I don't believe that we could put it in policy how to take care of it from this level, other than to, when they bring that school improvement plan to us, make sure that that's one of the, I mean, obviously we need to be looking at the whole thing in its entirety and making sure we're holding them accountable to it, but make sure that they've really taken the time to work out any kind of, as many kinks as they can, whatever it is that we can do for them, let us know what we need to do for them so we can give them proper resources to do it.
But Shannon,
I
I mean, look at it
concur.
like this.
Just one second, one at a time. Mr. Holmes and then Mr. Hensley.
You know, the problem with that, though, Shannon, I mean, if you look, student hours before or after student hours, I mean, that's ridiculous. I mean, they're gonna have to be there regardless, whether it be, you know, getting ready for the day or, you know, handling a matter from the previous day or bus or car duty. That's just, you know, kind of like what David said, that's just like a way around the state law just to comply with that state law. So I would disagree, and I think that we really need to look into making sure that it is equitable, just like we're doing with the disciplinary matrix, that, you know, it's universal across all the elementary schools.
Mr. Hensley.
I would just like to point out that unlike teachers in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, unlike teachers in 12 of our elementary schools, this board has never had a meeting where we have not adjourned for a 30-minute duty-free lunch after a very strenuous 3 hours of discussing stuff. We take a 30-minute break. And unlike the teachers, we eat at taxpayers' expense. So we, a board who take a 30-minute break after 3 strenuous hours, every single time we take a 30-minute duty-free break, and then feed ourselves, not me because I don't eat at taxpayer expense, but you all take a 30-minute duty-free lunch, eat at the taxpayer expense. You're the same people, other than the people who've spoken up. Some of you don't want to give the same courtesy to our full-time teachers that we do as a board.
All right.
May I?
Yes, please.
This is a principles issue. It's a leadership and management issue. She knows her terrain as well, better than anyone, and she ought to be able to manage her people as she sees fit. Now, that doesn't say that Pinehurst Elementary hasn't developed a best practice, if you will, and that might be highlighted during these improvement program reviews, and people take it on board and adapt as possible. This is a principles issue, not our issue. Thank you.
I disagree. It is our issue. Everything that goes on in the schools is our issue, including duty-free lunches.
We can't
So
micromanage it.
Let me
No, we're
see
not
if I can-
micromanaging.
It
it.
is our
But
issue
just-
because we
just
have a
one- just
policy
one
on
second.
it. We have a
Just-
policy on it.
Just one second. I'm wondering if I can bring this to a head somehow. Now, of course, anyone can propose a policy. If you wish to propose a policy on this, we'll send it before the policy committee, and the policy committee can discuss it. And if that's not satisfactory, then the person can bring it to the board, directly to the board of policy, whatever policy they want to do. One other way that the matter can be handled is, Dr. Locklear, you could possibly, on behalf of the board, because I see the board is almost equally divided, which is interesting, and talk with the principals and see whether there's a problem here with the schools on this particular issue. And you could either address the board about it and say November, or we could address the individual principals about it when we talk about our school improvement plans, which they're coming in when?
October 17th and 18th.
October 17th. So those are 2 opportunities, and those are 2 ways to handle it. And of course, I leave it to the board as to whatever someone wants to do.
Why don't we, at our November work session have an update or new ideas to where we can make this duty-free lunch happen more commonly than not.
Dr. Locklear, what about this? I'm asking, I'm not telling because I haven't made an opinion of my own because I can see both sides and I'm not really sure where I am on it actually. But Dr. Locklear, can you talk with the principals and report back to us on this issue maybe in November? Is that possible?
I'm certainly happy to have conversations with our principals and discuss how they came, get into a little more weeds of the
Yeah.
discussion of the development of their schedules, how they're accommodating for duty-free lunch, how they're not, have some more details. We certainly can take basically more details off of this slide and how they'll continue to look at ways to provide it. So yes, I'm always happy to do that.
Okay.
Again, would not currently recommend that the board have a policy, change the current policy, so to speak, but I'm certainly happy to have this conversation.
Okay, so maybe that's a good idea, that we'll ask Dr. Locklear to talk with his principals and then report back to us on whatever his findings are, positive, negative, whatever, for a November meeting. Is that acceptable to everybody?
Yeah.
Okay.
I feel confident that you guys will find a way. I really do. And I think, come November, well, especially, did you say the school improvement teams were meeting in October?
Well, they're gonna report, it's only gonna be half the schools, but they will be, I'm correct, half the schools, something like that, will be coming to us in a special meeting later this month to talk about all sorts of issues of school improvement, and that would include, could include duty-free lunch, as Ms. Davis has talked to us about. So that gives us two opportunities. Number one, at the school improvement, but number two, in November, after Dr. Locklear has maybe talked to more principals.
This is a very, very important issue because this is, other than that, teachers probably never been addressed to my knowledge. And, by addressing this is sending a message to our teachers that, hey, we do care, you are valuable, you deserve what the state law requires.
Okay, all right, so those are the two opportunities we'll have, and we'll look forward to addressing it in November. Okay? All right, so next board committee and report updates. One thing that I do want to report is that we do have our early college coming up, and we're charged with creating our early college within 2 years, and that is quite a quick turnaround. $25 million has been given to us, or it's been given to Santos Community College to build that alternative college, to the early college, and we're going to be running that early college, so that has to be done rather quickly. So we're going to need to interface with Santos Community College on this, and also interface with our superintendent. So it's been suggested, and I do agree, that that our CTE committee be our interface with Dr. Locklear and Santos Community College, and that's Mr. Benway's committee, because it is an advanced career college, and it will be concentrating primarily on vocational education and the like. We have 2 members of that committee right now, so I am going to appoint Ms. Caldwell as well as Mr. Benway as chair, who is chair, and I believe Ms. Davis is also in the committee. So that'll be our committee, and hopefully, Dr. Locklear, you will interface with them, and they will come back to the board with maybe some updates so that we can make sure that we have good input into that early college. Children as young as 13, 14 years old will be freshmen at that early college. So we have a real responsibility, I believe, to make sure that they are protected, and the college environment can be certainly challenging for young kids, but they also need to be treated as the younger students that they are. So it's important that we somehow, I believe, come within that balance. And I hope our committee, as we prepare to open this early college, will help spearhead that. So with that, we also have a policy committee meeting, which will be coming up. I'm forgetting the exact date, but
16th.
the 16th of October, and that will focus primarily on the new Parents' Bill of Rights and to make sure that we are implementing the new state law effectively. I do note that we do have our own Student Bill of Rights. We're a little, a Parent Bill of Rights, and we are a little bit ahead of the legislature, but now we have to make sure that we are coming in sync with the legislature. So that is going to be it from the policy committee. Are there any other committees that want to speak about their endeavors?
Yes.
Go ahead. Oh, okay.
I don't think it's up there, but I think later on this month, the Safety and Discipline Committee is meeting. I emailed Cindy about it, but I can't remember the dates exactly that we were shooting for, so there's no update on that. Hopefully, we can get to where all the high schools are on the same page with the disciplinary matrix, and I would really, really like to see that those matrices are start at the second semester. That's it.
Okay. Mr. Benway.
Yeah, continuing along the line of CTE, we attended a committee meeting last week with at San Jose Community College. The show and tell is excellent. They've got some fantastic programs over there, very well matured and well resourced. I'm suggesting that we meet semi-annually to get an update on what each other is doing, especially if we begin pointing to this early college situation. We've got the next commission, the next committee meeting is 28th of October, and
20th or 27th?
sorry, 27th.
Okay, just making sure.
At least right now it is.
Okay.
And our agenda and general thrust of this meeting would be recruiting, counseling, and the CT pathway, and monitoring and mentoring that pathway. So we're starting to look into the mechanics of how we increase student participation, et cetera. Lastly, met with both Doctors Metcalf and Ms. Funk from the military liaison element, and we're going over the existing programs to make sure that we can provide some value added if in fact we have a military committee standalone for that purpose. So that's in the progress. I'll report back on the outcome of that here next time. Thank you.
Any other committee reports?
Yeah, I have one
Yes.
for the construction committee. We met on September 18th, and Dr. Watson from the WSSR Consulting reviewed his team's assessment for 18 schools. He excluded the 4 new schools, though, on this assessment. The assessment included inspections of all HVAC, mechanical systems, roofing, all over conditions of the facilities. His team also included a review of the playgrounds. And the high school bleachers in the gymnasiums. Their presentation highlighted 7 schools they felt needed substantial work, and the committee plans to use the comprehensive assessment with our safety assessment to assess and prioritize our needs. Our team will provide a copy for you guys, and I think, do you have those? Okay. It's pretty big. It's a pretty big book for you guys, but we do have copies for each board member. Please feel free to contact myself or Jenny if you have any questions or concerns when you go over the entire booklet. We also took a look at the facility usage application again, and since some questions were raised last board meeting. After talking it out, the committee all agreed to leave it as it is for right now and review it at the end of the year. We also want to make it clear that every school that rents their facilities has the authority to accept or deny usage if wear or tear was an issue. And that was pretty much it.
Okay. Anything further? Any further committee reports? Okay.
For,
Yes, oh, yes.
for the
Go ahead.
uniform committee, We do have a meeting coming up on November 8th, and the portal is open until November 2nd. I will say Dr. Locklear told me this has been by far the most responded to survey in the history of school. So I am excited. Our students, it looks like we have had from our parents, we've had 3,186 responses, and our students are a close second with 1,988 responses. So they have voiced their opinion. I've been reading I got the email, I think, Thursday late or maybe even Friday, and I was reading a lot of the comments and responses, and some well thought out arguments on both sides, or pros and cons on both sides. But we're still accepting that through the 2nd, and I look forward to
Through
hearing
today?
some more. No, the 2nd of November.
Oh, so even longer. Oh,
Yeah,
wow.
tomorrow
Oh.
is, get your votes in.
Wow. Get your votes
Get your
in.
card, get your
That's a
cards and
long
letters
survey.
written.
So was that, the interim results of the survey, was that sent to you specifically, or was that shared with, I don't see it in my email?
I got that Friday, and then I asked Miss Cindy this
Sent specifically to
morning.
Miss
Yeah,
Davis.
this morning about 6:30, I emailed Miss Cindy and asked her if she could break that down more
Happy to share it with the
individually.
whole board. It was just
Yeah.
request from Ms. Davis as the committee chair, and we forwarded that over. So we're happy to share the same information. If you'll help me remember that, Jamie, so the whole board will have the interim result.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I just noticed it's general practice that when a board member requests something, the response goes to all board members.
Most normally, yes. Sometimes when there's an individual question from committee chair or something, sometimes it's some direct communication with the committee chair, but 95% of the time, you're exactly right, Mr. Hensley. So I take responsibility for that. We'll get that out to the board, hopefully later today.
Also, one other thing, Mr. Chair, on the, this additional money that we got from the state, it would be nice to give the public and board a brief, maybe next meeting, an informational brief, what we know, what the left and right lateral limits are, the exact text of the law, and a concept of at least your idea, someone's idea of a concept of what we're gonna do with it and what our approach is gonna be, so that we as a board and the public know at least what everyone's thinking, because I have no idea what anyone's thinking.
It's overwhelmingly majority against uniforms.
No, I'm sorry, I changed gears. I changed gears from
Oh.
uniforms to the 24 million.
Sorry.
You're talking about, because
The
I'm
early
confused.
college. You're
Yeah,
speaking about the early
I'm
college.
speaking the 24 million, yes, I'm
I'm
sorry.
happy
I
to-
shifted gears really quick. The supplemental plus up that we got in this budget that Representative Jackson and Senator McGinnis got for us, it would be nice to have an informational brief presented soon, maybe as soon as next week, so that the public and the school board and everyone knows the exact language of the law, the left and right lateral limits of what we can and cannot do, and at least a general concept of, hey, this is what we're thinking.
Be happy to put something together. I would say I'd prefer it to be October 30th when we did that. I can certainly
Sure, I
verbally
mean,
talk
sure,
about it.
no, I mean,
but yeah.
next week would be nice, but certainly next month would be fine as well.
I'd be happy to do a briefing on that next month, and I'm also happy to just respond high level in general as well. It was $25 million in the budget to San Diego Community College for the facility for the early college, but there's a lot of work to collaborate to develop the actual programming in school itself. And the early college model it's called Innovative Cooperative High Schools. It's an official title of the general statute that established it. And it's a collaborative agreement between school districts and a area college or university. In our case, that would be Sandhill. So happy to give some more, as you call them, parameters left and right, what we can and can't do and what it's designed to be. But it's an exciting opportunity that's coming our way, and an exciting opportunity to focus on trades and vocations that are being served in our region to give our kids some great opportunities.
Yeah, and specifically, just so you understand where I'm coming from, here's an example. Okay, here's $25 million, go build a early opportunity center. So, my thoughts are, and my questions are, so is that gonna be work that's done after they graduate high school, before, or overlap? Because, and these are the discussions I think we need to have, because the earlier we can push that down, the better. But then you have state laws that say, community college teachers cannot supplant high school teachers. So that's why we need to know the left and right lateral limits, because when we all went to high school, when people graduated, they had VOTEC, man, they were ready to run lathes, they were ready to work on cars, but that's getting pushed into, well, you know, you gotta go to 2 years of community college. So we need to have a discussion amongst ourselves as what's possible, and I personally would like to see that education pushed down as early as possible, so they don't have to go to 2 additional years. And that's the kind of conversation I think we need to have an information brief to know what's possible, and then we can kind of discuss it among ourselves, and then the committee can run off and do committee stuff after we've discussed it as a body at whole.
Happy to do it, yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yep.
So anyway, sorry for the confusion. I was like here and I went there, sorry.
All right. Okay. We have board committee updates. We're going down here to waste removal and recycling.
Ms. Purvis, as I come forward, we're talking trash. That's our
Exactly
contract.
correct.
I
That's what
couldn't
I was
resist that
laughing about.
joke. I just couldn't.
That worked.
Ms. Purvis, I'll turn it right over to you.
Good afternoon. I hope everybody's doing well. We had an informal bid process for contracted services to provide waste removal and recycling for all 23 schools, as well as the central office, the maintenance, and the garage areas. Services will be provided from October 2023 through June 2025, and they may be extended by mutual agreement for 3 additional periods of 1 year each, not to exceed 5 years total. 2 companies submitted bids: Meridian Waste at $193,939.20 and Republic Services at $192,567.96. Republic Services has been serving the district since 2015 and has been doing a terrific job. The staff recommends awarding this contract to Republic Services for $192,567.96, and this work will be paid from the maintenance budget for contracted services. Are there any questions?
Okay. Yes, go ahead.
Is recycling mandated by any law or regulation?
North Carolina does not mandate that we recycle. State School Board does suggest and support and encourage public school systems to recycle. I did check into recycling. We have 1 recycle bin per spot, per school or location. We pick up twice a week for garbage. We pick up once a week for the recycle. That recycle bin does get full and it has to be picked up. Because it does get full, if we were to remove that recycle bin, in essence, we'd still need another garbage bin, and we'd increase the pickup there, if that makes sense, because that does get picked up.
That was my next question is, you know, recycling doesn't pay recycling costs. So if we bid this without recycling and we just threw everything in the trash, would we save money?
We could rebid it that way, certainly, but we would not save in terms of the amount of pickup. It would be minimal, because we would then have those bins replaced with another garbage bin.
Yeah, though it's not a one for, well, I mean,
Yeah.
you've got a day that a truck goes around to 23 or more sites. I'm not saying we do it this year, but, you know, I mean, this board, you know, the General Assembly strongly suggests that teachers get a 30-day or 30-minute duty-free period, and that does, you know, that seems to be optional. So the school board can strongly suggest we recycle, but if it costs us money, we shouldn't do it. We should spend that money on education.
That is certainly something we can look
So
at
maybe
down the
next
road.
year we bid it with and without recycling services and see if we can save some money and hire, maybe pay for some duty-free lunches.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Anything further on that? Okay.
All right, before I step away, wanted to follow up with Ms. Caldwell's report and let you know that your books are with Gina Kelly. So when you guys leave today, she has a box in her office. If you pick up your facility assessment report, there's one for everyone, okay? Thank you.
All right. And just to clarify for the record, the superintendent's recommendation is that we approve the contract, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Exceptional children's contracts.
Thank you. Dr. Metcalf sitting in today for Miss Cooper, I see. So Dr. Metcalf, I'll let you dive right into it. This is this you know, the board is seeing this, seeing these contracts several times. You're familiar with it. But I'll let Dr. Metcalf walk through what these are specifically for, and it does come to my recommendation for approval. Dr. Metcalf?
Yes, sir. These are contracts for in-person, face-to-face speech and language therapy. And two of the contracts, Infinity Speech and Morgan Burrup, are taking the place of Blazer Works Virtual Speech and Language Therapy, who was not able to provide the pieces. They're all paid for through IDEA funds. It's Infinity Speech LLC for $64,000, again, IDEA funds. Morgan Baruch, again, for speech and language therapy services, $84,000, IDEA federal grant. And the Refined Communication Solution, again, for speech and language therapy positions, $122,000, total for $270,000, all through IDEA funds. These positions will continue to look for more county school staff, to recruit more county school staff. But right now, we need to offer these services and are contracting them out.
Dr. Metcalf, we have our own speech and language teachers, correct? We do have some.
Yeah, I can't tell you what our current status of those are. That is correct, though, Mr. Holmes. We do hire some of our own. We're continually trying to recruit them. These have become very difficult positions to fill, which is why we're forced to.
The reason I
out.
was asking was to ask, what do we pay our speech teachers in comparison to what this contract is?
Well, this is when I wish I was Marcy Cooper, because I might be able to provide you that direct answer, but I will get that information for you, see the difference. I'm not sure.
Thank you.
Okay. So,
I would say, I do think the contractors are paying them more than we
yeah.
pay. Now, the difference is gonna be, you know, obviously, when you're working for us, there's the benefits of working for a school district, state of North Carolina that go with that. Is not included when you contract out, but we'll follow up with that information. Thank you, Mike.
Yes, sir.
I'd like to point out too that, you know, you can't eat benefits. So I think, you know, maybe we need to have it more equitable for our teachers that we do have.
yeah. All right, and it's the recommendation of the superintendent that we approve the exceptional children's contracts?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let's go to C, out-of-state field trips.
Ms. Metcalf, we've got several field trips to update the board on today, and it does come in my recommendation for approval. Ms. Metcalf?
Thank you. Good afternoon. I don't know if this is on.
It's not, I hear you.
All right. So we have several out-of-state field trips being requested. High Falls Elementary, Westmore Elementary, and Elise Middle School are going to combine their 7th and 8th grade band and orchestra programs. They are traveling to an adjudication in Music in the Parks Festival, Busch Gardens, Williamsburg, and that is in April. Cranes Creek Middle School is requesting to travel to Washington, D.C. with their 8th grade to study more in depth the American history curriculum, April 3rd through April 5th. And then Pinecrest High School, they have two speech and debate tournaments. One is in Philadelphia in November. The other one is in Fairfax, Virginia at George Mason in December.
Okay, so those are the three. Any questions on those? I just wanted to point out that the Washington, D.C. trips and Philadelphia are, once again, I hope that you'll emphasize the need for security for our students in those cities. Those cities have been experiencing some rise in crime and the like. So the necessity of having the students well supervised and making sure that the buses that we use are secure, because I don't put it beyond some occurrence for some people to even try to carjack a bus. I have no idea. I just know that we have to be very cautious.
Yes, it is their primary concern.
Okay. And the board policy manual numbering conversion.
Yes, that's,
Before we get to that,
Go ahead.
I want to talk a little bit about Cranes Creek, and you had the 8th graders, and obviously there was a disciplinary problem recently there. And I want to make sure that these troubled students that have a problem with behaving in school, that, you know, they're going to waive their right. If they can't act right, we don't need to send them out to DC so they can potentially cause another disturbance there.
So as we've talked about, and Cranes Creek follows the same policy, is that they will set a disciplinary expectation for that trip, and students who don't meet that will not be allowed to go on the trip.
Good.
All right. So let's move on to the, unless there's any other questions. Okay, the board policy manual numbering conversion.
Thank you, sir. Sometime back, a little over a year ago, the board policy committee, and I think the board was briefed on the work to change the numbering of our policies over to match the series and numbering process for the North Carolina School Board Association PLS board policy process. Essentially, the numbers that they send out in updating policy based on new laws like the Senate Bill 49, Parent Bill of Rights, those numbers currently don't match our numbers because we're on an old numbering system. And so this recommendation to the board, I think, would be a timely thing to go ahead and take care of. It's only changing the numbers to our current numbering process, and I may be stealing your thunder, Dr. Patterson, I'm sorry, to the North Carolina School Board's numbering system, so they will align. There is no content changes here. This is only numbers that would be changing. Dr. Patterson, anything else you want to add?
I think you covered it. Thank you.
Sorry, Dr. Patterson. There are a couple things I might ask you to point out, Dr. Patterson, from this chart, is that there are going to be some places where we have 5 policies that the School Board Association has 1. And so we would have a 2101, 2102, 2103 that fall under that same line. So there's going to be a couple situations where we do that as we're lining up these numbers.
Okay. So, any other questions on this? Okay. So, So what we have here are A, B, C, and D. It seems to me that those would go on the consent agenda. Is there any objection to those? Go ahead.
I was going to ask Philip, did you want B to be on action since you wanted to find out that information first? Or are you okay for it to be on consent?
I mean, it's okay to consent it. I think we just need to be mindful of both sides, because, I mean, you could have a teacher that said, hey, you know what, I can go with this company, still work for the same school, and make more money, potentially. That's all.
Well, that was 100% the point that I made at the last school board meeting when I was talking about the virtual teachers, is once you start all this contracting, then it's just like the traveling nurses. Once you start, anyway, yes, this needs to be an action item, because if we're paying a contractor, I don't remember the numbers, but if we're paying a contractor $122,000, let's say we're paying a contractor $100,000, and if we hired someone, we would only pay him $60,000.
Yeah.
We're paying $40,000 too much. We're obviously underpaying that person. So there's discussion that needs to be had on this instead of just rotely stamping, because we just approved just in the last meeting, in the last 2 months, this is the second request for exceptional students funding. So I've got all kinds of questions about this in hindsight. Were these new requirements, or did people resign? So now we got to fill these 3 people. If they were existing, why weren't they identified when we addressed this in the last meeting or the meeting before?
Okay, all right. So I have for the consent agenda A, C, and D.
Well, point of order, Mr.
Yeah,
Chair.
yes.
When we say consent agenda, I see that there's a consent agenda for today, which gives us no time to have reflection of this or discuss it with members of the public. As everyone in this said when I suggested cutting back meetings, that we needed additional time. But now we're expected to cover this stuff and vote 5 minutes or 30 minutes later.
Let me ask you
So,
this.
so my question is this, my point of order is this: are we selecting stuff for the consent agenda we're going to consider in 5 minutes, or are we doing a consent agenda for Tuesday, October 11th?
No, we're doing a consent agenda for this meeting today. Okay. So that is what it is. So,
Then I vote that nothing goes on the consent agenda.
okay, so since we have only one person can object to a consent agenda, then none of these matters will go on the consent agenda, and A, B, C, and D will go on the board action matter for our next meeting.
David, let me ask you this. What comments do we have for waste removal and recycling or out-of-state field trips or numbering of a policy manual? I mean, I'm trying to wrap my head around what is the point in adding these when we've already gone over them right now and we have voiced our concerns and we've had this discussion. I don't understand why. What more can we add to waste removal and recycling?
So I can answer that question for you, Mr. Holmes, and I'm glad you asked it because it gives me the opportunity to further make my point. We discussed reducing meetings, right, less than 3 months ago. And Mr. Levy, the chair, made 2 points. He made one point is if we reduce meetings, we couldn't possibly and Chair Levy's complained about this for over 2 years, is having an agenda come out Friday and being expected to talk about it on Monday. Chair Levy complained about, again, the agenda coming out Friday before a work session. For 2 years, he complained about this, and then having to discuss it, not vote on it Monday. And then when we discussed shortening meetings, he brought up that plus, well, gosh, how could we possibly vote on something after we've only known about it for 72 hours? And Mr. Benway and Ms. Davis joined him in that assertion. But now here we are 2 months later doing the exact opposite of what the chair objected to. And the second point that the chair made, and specifically regarding this, is that we have to give the public time to digest it. We can't just have stuff come out on a Friday and vote on it Monday. We have to give the public time to digest it. We have to have time to digest it. We have to have time to discuss it. And oddly enough, the other board members agreed with that, to include yourself, Mr. Holmes, and Ms. Bruno. But here we are now, all of a sudden, 2 months later, exactly the opposite of what the chair and you all argued against we're doing. This agenda came out Friday, and all of a sudden, we're going to vote on it with no public input, no public discussion, especially the school funding formula. This is hugely hypocritical of this board, and it's 180, you can go back and watch the video, it's 180 degrees out from what each one of you argued about on this exact same deal about agenda come out Friday, there's no possible way we can vote on it Monday. Now you're advocating that. And my question to the chair is why? Why are we not, why we move the business meeting to the work session?
I'm
wondering. Just 1 second. A question's been asked of me. Number one, the purpose of the consent agenda is where there is no controversy and where there is an agreement by the entire board, such as we're not going to tell the kids that they can't go on their out-of-state field trips. Come on. So that we can quickly dispose of them, and then we can take on more weighty matters. And it's a matter of efficiency. And I believe the other problem was that I believe one particular board member said, I'm not going to show up at any other work sessions, and then took all of the consent matters off the consent agenda when we came to the business meeting. So that was not well taken. So bottom line is, the only reason why you have a consent agenda, and the reason why you have one person who can say, I don't want to, I want to vote on it, okay, is that they're theoretically non-controversial. So actually, this entire discussion is out of order, because to the extent that one person objects to the consent agenda, it goes on the business agenda, and we move on. Is there, I assume there's an objection to the consent agenda. You made it, Mr. Hensley, am I correct?
So
No. Yes or no? Did you make the objection to the consent agenda?
I did.
Okay, So we'll move on. All of these matters will be on the business agenda, A, B, C, and D. Okay, so moving forward now to the last matter, which is a board action matter, which is the county funding formula agreement. Dr. Locklear.
Wait, I'm sorry. I took objection to them being on the consent agenda, so are they added as action items?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so
The-
what
the-
order are we
The
gonna
action
do it?
item is that is not on the consent agenda, that's for an action item today.
Right,
The
but-
county funding formula agreement.
And then we're gonna address the other items after the county funding agreement.
No.
that's
They'll be
Monday.
on next week's.
They'll be next
meeting
week's.
Yeah.
All
for
these
action
items.
Oh, earlier you said we were doing it for today's consent agenda, now you added them to next week's consent agenda. I'm
Well,
confused.
because item 5A says consent agenda, but you have objected to all these matters for the consent agenda, so there is no consent agenda today.
Oh.
And there will be no consent agenda for the next hearing, the next meeting, because you have objected, and we will take those up
good.
as voting matters on next Tuesday.
and that's-
Next Tuesday, I
Tuesday,
believe.
yeah.
Next Tuesday.
And that makes it very consistent with what the chair and all the
Okay,
school
you
board
moved,
members
let's
previously
keep
argued.
moving on. Okay, county funding formula agreement, Dr. Locklear.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, this is on the potential action by the board today. As the board is aware, when the county approved their budget in June, they approved an additional approximately $384,000 of recurring funding to the Moore County Schools budget. But at the same time, the commissioners requested that we begin discussions on a potential funding formula between the two boards. The number that was thrown out at the time that I briefed the board on in July was 38%. There's been discussion since then with the chairs of the board, county manager, and myself that's taken place back and forth. And the current draft that is linked to this executive summary for your consideration is the Moore County Schools funding formula resolution agreement would be at 38.5% of the budgeted property tax and sales tax revenue. And that funding formula agreement would include the pass-through funding from Sandhill Center and the Moore County Health Department nursing grant. It would also be inclusive of our school police program as we continue to work to add officers to that. If it was agreed upon by both boards, once it is agreed upon by both boards, it would be retroactive to July 1st, 2023. So what does that look like if we went from the current percentage of approximately 36.7% of their budgeted property tax and sales tax this year to 38.5%? That would give Moore County Schools an additional $1,701,623 for this current fiscal year budget. So that would be additional funding that would get on top of the funds that we received so far, which would be a little over $2 million increase in our budget for this year from the county commissioners. Attached to this, Charlie, if you wouldn't mind pulling it up, is the actual resolution. I'd like to take just a moment and highlight a couple of things if I may. Then I also have a handout that Tina put together that kind of shows how this would provide for what we estimate to be our fixed cost for this year, and I'll make sure we get that link. That was kind of a late addition that Tina was providing late Friday evening. So this is the draft, the current draft of the funding formula agreement resolution between our two boards. And if this board were to approve it, then the county commissioners could potentially take up action tomorrow at their meeting, or that could happen at a later time. That, of course, is up to the county commissioners. I want to point you towards the first three paragraphs there. I'm going to call them paragraphs. Really point back to the history of funding formula agreements between the county that the county commissioners have had in the past. It notes one that was put into place in 2016 and resolved dissolved rather in 2020. Then goes into the desire of the commissioners to come back to that to improve the efficiency of the budgeting process, predictability of the budgeting process. Paragraph 4 gets into the actual percentage, the 38.5% that's highlighted there of the county's total general fund budgeted sales tax and property tax. Paragraph 6 gets into what the current proceeds from the county budget are for this year, This year, based on the increase that we received of the school district, that represented 36.76% of budgeted property tax and sales tax. Paragraph 7 gets into the percentage that the county commissioners are recommending, 38.5%, which would represent additional funding as we've noted. That additional funding is noted in paragraph 8, which is the second from the bottom there, that notes that the additional funding would be $1,701,623 and would be allocated to us moving forward retroactively over the remaining months in this budget year. Paragraph 9 is what we would call the hold harmless clause. This guarantees that each year there's a minimum baseline for funding or a floor that's established. So if basically what that means is once you've received that amount from the county commissioners, you can't go backwards. That's the minimum baseline or the floor for funding for the next year. But when you look at a conservative model for the growth in budgeted sales tax and property tax, you look at about a 3% increase each year. That would equate out to somewhere around $1 million to $1.2 million increase in funding for each year for Moore County schools. Paragraph 10, if we go to the second page, please, Charlie, which is the top paragraph on page 2, does note that if the property tax rate was increased to take care of debt for a general obligation bond for a specific purpose like that to cover debt service, then we would continue to be funded at the tax rate that we're being funded at right now. So basically that means that additional revenue that increased property taxes would go towards the debt service and not be kind of watered down based on funding formula allocations. Noted that this is an all-inclusive funding formula, includes the school resource officer program, and if this board approved this today, it would go to our county commissioners for consideration potentially tomorrow, but at a future meeting. And I did want to share with you, and I don't have this to post online yet, but just did want to share a copy of how this additional, based on this funding formula resolution, how that would measure up against anticipated fixed cost increase.
Hey, Cindy. I know, I looked up and there was Cindy.
So this chart's pretty simple. Tina put it together, like I said, kind of real quick, based on the state budget that will be becoming law, I think tomorrow, Tina? I think it becomes law tomorrow, because the governor has let it sit and is letting it become law. When you estimate 4% certified and 4% classified pay increases, we look at that with our local salary supplements as well as non-payroll increases and charter school increases. That's an estimated $2.2 million of fixed cost. That's just what we're required to pay based on those increases. That does not include any of the board priorities, et cetera. If we look at the funding formula, if that was put on top of the additional funding that we received, that would be additional $2,051,623, and so we would still have a shortfall in fixed costs of a little over $150,000, which we had noted that any shortfall would be, you'd be looking at fund balance, use of fund balance to accommodate for that. So I just wanted you to see how that impacted fixed cost increases and how that accommodates for that. This does come with my recommendation. We've talked about pros and cons of this. I do think that this is the best positive path forward with our county commissioners in being able for us and the county to be able to plan, project budgets, to have some certainty somewhat, and some being able to have a little more efficient process with our county commissioners. I think it's important that you as a board and I as superintendent, that we closely monitor the impact of this moving forward. We continue to have close conversations with our county commissioners and myself with the county manager on projections and on the impact of this on our budgets. And it's certainly something that the boards could come back to the table at a later time down the road in 2-3 years, whatever that may be, if we needed to discuss other issues or other shortcomings with this. But I think at this point, I'm certainly very appreciative of the county manager and his work with me and our county commissioners of offering this up and looking at this possible funding formula and this possible process moving forward. So it does come with my recommendation, and certainly open to answer any questions I can, or Tina's here as well, if there's some questions she can assist with.
Okay, so this is, I might add that this was essentially designed by the county commissioners and Chairman Pacerno, and we have modified his ideas a little bit. But the bottom line here is that this is money which is retroactive to the beginning of our fiscal year. So it's $1.7 million, I think that's the number correct, $1.7 million.
Yes, sir.
Additional that we would be getting for our priorities. A lot of times we've been talking about a per pupil funding, and in a sense, it is a per pupil funding because out of this money, oddly enough, are charters.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair, can we get a motion on the floor before we start discussion?
So moved.
Okay, is there a second? Okay. Motion is on the floor and has been seconded to approve the recommendation of the superintendent and for the adoption of the funding formula. So we're looking at some retroactive money. We're also betting a lot on the expansion of Moore County, and I would rather do that than look at expanding per pupil membership in Moore County schools. So it looks like it's a win-win situation for all of us. There are some things nobody can look at the future, but here is one other thing to think about. The county commissioners have all of the money. We don't get to, so the public understands this. We don't have anything to do with the with taxation for school funding. So they're offering from year to year in the past years, we have gotten generally more money, but in a couple of years we've gotten less money. This guarantees that as Moore County expands, we'll constantly be getting more money, and we're not going to go below what we're currently getting, even in terms of a recession. Now, clearly, we're at the will of the county commission, and the county commission can do what they want. But this gives us a great position to deal with our needs and with the needs of the county commission. So all in all, I think it's a good idea, and I hope that we approve it. Is there further discussion by the board? Yes,
So
Mr. Henson.
I have two things. The first thing is procedurally, I want to make a motion to table this, because if there's anything that requires more than 72 hours of thought before we vote, as the chair insisted we must have just 2 months ago, it's this. If there's anything that requires thoughtful contemplation of board members, I know everyone had their private 2x2 meetings with the superintendent, but the public wasn't privy to those. So the public's hearing this for the first time on Friday. So if there was ever anything to table and let the public think about, let us think about, and let the public speak at the business meeting where business should be conducted, this is it. So my first thing is, I'm going to make a motion to table this action item until our regularly scheduled business meeting to give A, us time to think about it and discuss it, B, so that we have time to get input from the people we represent, and 3, so that those people who are so moved can show up at the business meeting and talk to us as we all campaigned on. So I
Okay,
make a motion to table this until next week.
Is there a second? Motion dies for lack of a second.
Okay.
Yes, further
Okay, well,
discussion?
then my second point. So this is an extraordinarily bad deal. And I will tell you how it's an extraordinarily bad deal. And I'm also going to explain to everybody on the board and the members of the public how we got here. First, my question to the superintendent is there any, I mean, other than the county commissioners may take this up on, is it on their agenda right now for tomorrow?
It's not currently, but they can add
Okay,
it.
so is there any emergency where we need to pass this today rather than, say, next Tuesday?
I do think it's something that we want to pass as quickly as we can, if it's something the board's going to approve, so we can move forward with putting it on the county commissioner's agenda. So I do think there's some time sensitivity to this, something we've been working on since July.
Okay,
Okay,
so,
additional, let me also add something additional. I do intend to ask for the retroactive as a lump sum. In other words, what the county commission does is they give us, and correct me if I'm wrong, Dr. Locklear, they give us our money on a monthly basis.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so
Yes, sir.
1/12 of our money that they've allotted to us comes in every month. Well, there's some retroactive money here. So what we want to do, and the county commission has been open to this, is to ask for a retroactive.
point of order, Mr. Chair.
Excuse me. I'm
Point
going
of
to
order, right.
finish.
Well, that's my point, is if I interrupted you the way you interrupted me and just carried on a 2-minute conversation, you would be
Okay, all right.
gabbling me
What is your-
down.
what
I
is
have
your
the
point-
floor.
What is your point of order?
My point of order is, I have the floor, please let me speak. I asked the superintendent a question, the floor came back to me, and you just started talking. And if
I'm
I
going
did the
to,
same, you would gavel me down.
I'm going to continue with what I was.
Well, of course you
what I
are.
was saying, and then we'll go back to you, okay? Because I think, I think this is part of answering superintendent's question, the question of the superintendent. So what we are asking, what we want to ask the county commission for is the money retroactive to the beginning of the fiscal year, which is a couple of months. Now, the county commission could instead give us 1/10 of the additional money over the next 10 months. But if we pass it now, I think we've got a good point, and at least Mr. Paserno has said that he's open to the fact that we can ask for the retroactive money up front, and of course, there's interest on the retroactive money. So that's one of the time-sensitive reasons to get the money. But go ahead, Mr. Hensley.
So this is an extraordinarily bad deal, and I'll explain why. And first of all, there's no doubt we need a funding formula. It's ridiculous that Moore County Schools has not had a funding formula with the county. I have been saying since we got elected December of 2022 that we need a funding formula. And Levy and I said for well over 2 years, we need a funding formula based upon the two things that drive our costs. And by the way, I said this before the coup against me 3 months ago, and I specifically pointed out when the plan changed. The plan changed in that meeting because the plan all along was there are two things and only two things that drive increase in costs in Moore County schools. That is the mandated salary increases that the state passes, right? That then we have to then take give that same percentage raises to our locally funded positions. So that's one item. The second item is inflation, which is high right now. That's it. Those are the only two things that drive the increase in our costs, and then whatever else we want to bolt on. By the way, these are the exact same points I made 3 months ago. So what we had talked about for 2 years, and we had talked in my committee about for the first 4 or 5 months of this board, and I briefed the board, and I'm going to go make a video, and I'm going to point out all the times I briefed to the board that the funding formula that we were working on the county commissioners was based upon those two things. It was based upon whatever you take the local funding, which at the time was $35 million, and say 70% of that goes to pay people and the state does a 5% pay increase, then that percentage, 70% of 35 million goes up $5 million. And then the rest of it we're buying stuff with, so that goes to inflation. That was the proposal on the table. That is what I was talking to the Paserno and crew about as the committee chair. That was the offer on the table. And by the way, that number with the 5%, say the employees get a 4% pay raise this year and inflation 6%. If you take so let's just say an average 5%, that's $1.8 million. Plus, so that's $1.8 million. So that's already more than the $1.7 million you guys are getting out of this newly negotiated deal. And I'm going to explain Mr. Paserno's motivation and where this went south in a minute. I'm going through the numbers first. So just the previous proposal that I'd gotten tentative agreement from the county commissioners on would have given us between 1.4 or 1.8 million dollars. That's the difference between a 4% and 5%, but it would have been a blended rate 4.5%. So you're looking at about $1.6 million. Plus, they previously agreed, if you go back to that September 28th, 2022 meeting, they already agreed to give us $1 million additional dollars for our SROs. We just didn't execute it. We didn't hire, not only did we not hire the SROs, but we didn't even buy the equipment that they agreed to pay for our existing SROs. So we didn't execute those funds, right? So taken together at the low end, the previous proposal where it was tied to what really drives our increased costs, we would be this year getting between 2.4 million and $2.8 million. So what this deal does is we have to have it. So Chair Levy just said, we're betting on the economic growth of Moore County. No, you're betting on the economic growth of Moore County, plus you're betting that the county commissioners aren't going to be conservative, and I'll tell you why here in a minute. But our funding formula, when we talked performance metrics earlier in the school improvement plans, those things, they need to be achievable and they need to be measurable and all of that. Same thing, our funding formula must be tied to what drives our costs. Again, that's increase in salaries and that's increase in stuff. This is tied to tax rate. Okay, if there's a recession, so let's just go through a couple scenarios here. There's a recession, property values go down. Moore County Moore County tax revenue remains flat because property values go down. Raleigh mandates a 10% increase in teacher pay. Guess what? We're getting $0 additional dollars from the county, but we have to come up with an additional 10%. We have to come up with another $3.5 million that we're not going to have because the funding formula isn't tied to what's driving our costs. But then you say, well, gosh, the tax base to include sales tax is never going to go down in Moore County. So let's just talk about conservative county commissioners. Nick Paserno, who I love dearly, he has said we're going to keep the tax base, the property tax base, revenue neutral. What that means is if Moore County collects $60 million in property taxes this year, even if property values double next year, we're still only going to get $60 million in revenue. The chair of the county commissioners has already told the Moore County public that property tax is going to be revenue neutral. They're not going to make an additional dollar off of property tax. That's really a tax cut for Moore County citizens, which as a conservative I know and appreciate. But in the school board, you could very well be looking, whether it's next year or 2 years from now or 5 years from now, where tax revenue could potentially grow in the county and the commissioners just say, no, we're not going to increase the property tax rate. In fact, we're going to decrease it. That's very real because that's what they did this year. And in that scenario, you're going to be faced with, or a future board's going to be faced with a funding formula that's not based in what drives our costs. The correct funding formula is what Levy and I talked about for 2 years, and then Levy just changed his mind, and I'll tell you exactly how that happened. It happened in a meeting that I chose not to go to, and I told the chair I wasn't going to it because the superintendent had it in hand. But decoupling, look, we need a funding formula, but the funding formula, and it's very simple. It's very simple. We take the amount of local funding, and in this case, it's $35 million. And we say if 70% of it is people, then that part increases at the exact same percentage as a pay raise is mandated in Raleigh, and then the rest is mandated with inflation. And then you will never, ever, 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 ever have a funding shortfall based upon what they do in Raleigh or based upon inflation. This right here, it's a bad deal.
Yes, go ahead.
What would,
I hurt myself. I hit my knee.
what, you said you were gonna go into why you believe Mr. Paserno shifted from
Oh,
that
yeah.
thought.
Yeah.
I'd like to
So look, Mr. Paserno is a businessman, you know, very successful. We all know or should know or generally know his background. So what Nick says is bring me a proposal, right? So I said, okay, here's the proposal. You know, there's, like I just went through it. Here's what drives our cost, you know, and it's above board. And then if we ever need anything more, and this is an important point, I made this point 3 months ago. I'm not sure everyone was paying attention. And then if we need something else, we'll come and ask for it, and that becomes part of the baseline, and it multiplies from there. Okay, so Mr. Paserno says, bring me your deal, we'll entertain everything. So I sit down informally with him and a couple others and discuss this. And they're all like, yeah, that makes sense. And they all knew it was $1.8 million plus the SROs. They knew it was $2.8 million. So here's what happened. I agreed on that. I had briefed the superintendent. We went through it, but for some reason, the math was very simple. It's $35 million local funding. If there was a 5% increase, that's $1.75 million, right? It's, 5% of 35 million. So for some reason, Ms. Paserno got it, and everyone was kind of cool. Everyone I talked to said, yeah, it's 1.5%. 5%, that's what we're expecting for pay increases. And then for some reason, the chair of the county commissioners thought that, oh, wait, that's just 300,000 increase, not 1.7 million, but the math was easy. So I don't know where the disconnect was. So I talked with the chair about that. And then I said, well, let's work it out, because look, if the 5% increase is 1.7 million, either we're right and we'll get the $1.8 million, or we're wrong, and if we're wrong, we don't need it. But I know that 5% of $35 million is 1.75 million, right? So the superintendent and Ms. Edmonds had a meeting scheduled with it was a 2x2 with Wayne Vest, the chair. I think another commissioner was there, and I was invited to go along. This is when I was chair of the finance committee, and I made sure that the superintendent knew, look, here's the issue. We think it's 5% of 35 million, which was the projected increase. We were expecting salary and inflation to be about the same. And we know the math is simple. Just go and show him that it's 5% of 35 million. We're not hiding anything. And then work that out. And then, are you going to go to the meeting? I said, no, you've got it. I'm a board member. I don't need to make the sausage. And I told the chair I wasn't going to that meeting because the superintendent had it in hand. So then, lo and behold, that Wednesday, the chair goes to that meeting after I told him I wasn't going because the superintendent had it in hand. And then whoever proposed this new funding formula, which by the way favors the county and punishes more county schools, because I just rattled off 2 scenarios where we'll be upside down real quick. Then that happened on a Wednesday. The following meeting, that school board meeting, happened here where this whole new approach was briefed. And that's how, after 2 years of us talking about the need for a funding formula and 6 months of me being the committee chair and explaining exactly to everyone how it was going to happen, the chair unilaterally changed it and presented it as if all the work and all the conversations we previously made didn't exist. And the problem is, if this was a better idea, I would be all for it. But the problem is, it's not a better idea. Right away, we're getting $1 million less than we would have if we would have stuck with what was on the table. And then in the future, we are it is guaranteed that we're going to face funding shortfalls when there's no increase in the county, either because of a recession or the county commissioners just go, we're not going to raise taxes. This is going to guarantee us a funding shortfall, and right now it gets us $1 million less. All that needed to happen was the chair not go to that meeting, the superintendent go, 5% of 35 million is 1.75 million. So we'll take that plus the $1 million you guaranteed us in September of 2022 for the SROs. That's our new baseline. And going forward, it's going to increase by these two factors. Instead, they negotiated a deal. And this is very important. I said this 3 months ago. In Mr. Paserno's mind, because I listen to what he says as a fellow businessman, he said, you get X percentage and then that's it. That's it means don't come back to us and say, we got this new shiny idea. Under the previous thing, on the previous agreement, we were going to get the $1 million that they owed us for the SROs. That was going to be added to the baseline. We were going to get what now is 4% for the employees plus 2% for the bus drivers. And the rest of the money, the raise is. Right. So whatever, so we were for the percentage of the local, I know it's confusing, the percentage of local funding that goes to salaries, and the county commissioners tentatively agreed with this. The percentage of money of local funding that's spent on people, we would get the exact same increase with what the state did. Then whatever's left over by definition, we're buying school buses with or software, that would be done with inflation. And then the door was left open. Hey, if you guys need to do something else, maybe you want to stand up a super band program or, something that people can get behind, maybe no fees, then we could go and talk to them separately. But this right here, as I've said, we're getting $1 million less than what we would have gotten 4 months ago, and we're guaranteed to have funding problems in the future. And so I think this needs to be tabled so that the public can talk about this and we can talk about this now that I've never said publicly how this unfolded. I never talked about, and unfortunately I have to do it, but if the chair would have let this go on its way, we'd have $1 million more and we would have a funding formula that's guaranteed not to make us go upside down in the out years.
Okay, so let me answer this because I believe what's stated here is actually untrue. First of all, I didn't negotiate this. This was a proposal by the county commissioners. Okay. Secondly, Mr. Hensley did not say he wasn't going to be there. As a matter of fact, at this meeting, we waited for him. So that's just not true. The bottom line is we were not going to get $1 million for SROs. We were going to get some money for SROs, but the county commission said that we had to also look to other sources for the money, including the state. So that's also not true. The bottom line is, if we don't pass this funding formula, we're $1.7 million less than we're going to get this year. So number one, we're out that $1.7 million. Number two, in case of a recession, because we've experienced recessions here before, in case of a recession, they give us less. Okay, they give us less money. This guarantees that we will at least get the money that we had the previous year. And if in case of a giant recession, what happens generally is that you have to cut services. Well, we'll have to cut services less because even though there's a recession, and sometimes, who knows, maybe property values will go down, they're still going to give us the same amount of money that we got the previous year. So that in a big recession, we're not going to have to cut as much as we would have to otherwise. Now, in terms of inflation, there are two components to this. Number one is the property tax, but number two is the sales tax. And in terms of inflation, when inflation goes up, the sales tax goes up. And so this is automatically built in, certainly from the sales tax perspective, to protect us with regard to inflation. So the bottom line is that in terms of revenue neutrality, generally when the need for county services goes up, the amount of money coming from property taxes is allowed to rise. So all in all, this protects us from inflation. And lastly, we have to compromise with the county commission. It's not all what I would want or not all what Mr. Hensley wants. Mr. Hensley says, well, we had this thing going with the county commission, okay? And but for what this evil chairman did, we would be getting another $1 million. I guarantee you, they weren't giving us a dime, okay? And if we don't pass this funding formula, we're $1.7 million under what we're going to get this year, okay? Because I went to the county commission and I said to the county commission, guess what? We want just what you gave us last year plus inflation. And the county commission said, no, this year, okay? They said, no, we're going to give you, I think we had asked for $4 million. I believe that was the number, more than we got last year. And they said, no, we're not going to give that to you. We're going to give you, what was it from last year? What did we get more?
Inflation
this
would have
year?
been $1.7 million.
What did we get more this year than the previous year?
Coming in for last year, we got approximately $3.4 million more in recurring funding, and they also rolled in the digital learning into that, which made it $4.1 million. Coming into this year, we requested approximately $2.9 million, if I'm remembering correctly, $2.9 million increase from the county. We received $384,000. This would give us an additional 1.7 on top of that.
So we asked for 2.9 million. That's what I wanted to get to. We asked for 2.9 million, and we got 350,000.
384,000.
384,000. So this will at least give us the one. So we weren't getting what we needed, even for inflation this year, because we had asked for this 2.9 million to cover inflation. With this funding formula, we're going to get inflation because as the especially as the sales tax goes up, we're going to get more money. Okay, with the inflation of the sales tax, and with the inflation in the property tax, if they have more expenses at the county commission level, and they've got to pay their people more, we'll get more. The college on a much smaller scale has done this, and I've talked to some of the college trustees, and they think was a good thing for them. The bottom line is that Mr. Paserno, I think, gave us this, I think in good faith, and I think the county commission is dealing with us in good faith. And I believe that in the future, this will help us. As I say, I'm betting on that Moore County will expand, and I think I'm right on that. And even if it doesn't expand, even if we go into a terrible recession, we're still going to be guaranteed a floor of money. So I think it's a good idea. I think we should go along with the county commission. And remembering, of course, the other thing, which I think is extremely important. The county commission decides what we're going to get. And the county commission could decide next year, just like they did a couple of years ago, we're not only not going to give you a raise for inflation, we're going to give you less money. Because they have a new shiny object over at the county commission maybe that they want to invest in. And there's one other thing which is very, very important, I think. And that is that while we have a flat pupil population, the cost of our buildings and the cost of our electricity and the cost of our teachers still remains constant and goes up. All right. The newest law encourages charters to ask for money for the county commission. All right. We are saying elsewhere, we have to provide for all of our EC students. Even though the charters are supposed to take all people, okay, we are the people who have the self-contained classrooms. We're the people who pay for one student $100,000 because that for certain students who are very, very difficult in terms of their challenges for education. So we need to make sure that our funding remains and expands because we take the challenged students. And we don't have a per pupil formula because the cost of a student at Pinehurst Elementary is not the same as the cost of a student at Aberdeen, and it's certainly not the same as the approximate $25,000 per student that we have to do at CLC. So we actually, in my opinion, need this funding formula. I think it's a good idea, and I think we have to work with our county commissioners because we may find ourselves in need of even more money or some mandate. And if we work with our county commissioners, like this funding formula works with our county commissioners, we have a better chance of getting some emergency funding should we need it in the future. So I would hope that we would go along with this.
So I've got just a couple of things. One of them was a point of information from Mr. Hensley. There was no coup. There was nothing conspiring against you. That was simply me sending an email and the board agreed. Okay, so there was no coup there. Number two, I remember when you were sitting up here and you and Libby Carter was the chair at that time, and you said something relating to your relationships with the county commissioners that you could get more money out of them. Okay, do you recall that? I don't know if you do. I do. That's one of the things that you were very, very adamant that you could get that. By not going along with this is, you know, you even said your relationship with Nick Pacerno, y'all are great. I want to know, at what point did you talk to him regarding this and expressing your concerns? And also, this is an additional $1.7 million that we are getting. And if you're voting against it, you're pretty much saying, you know what, we've got enough money. Let's just go ahead.
So let me answer your last question first. So no, I'm specifically not saying we have enough money. I've specifically been very, very consistent for over 2 years. I started off with this conversation saying, I've been saying that we need a funding formula for 2.5 years. I'm not saying we don't need additional money. I'm saying for the reasons I stated, this is the wrong funding formula. And the county commissioners were 100% on board with the funding formula that I proposed, which would guarantee no shortfalls in the out years. So that is you said, well, gosh, if you vote against this, you're saying that we have plenty of money. No, I'm going to vote against this because, well, 2 reasons. One is this was unveiled Friday, and here it is Monday, 72 hours later, And us as a board are going to vote on this with no input from the public, no input. So that's really the primary reason I'm going to vote against this, because that's not what any of us campaign for. We campaign for transparency, discussing stuff with constituents, and this is the antithesis of this.
I'm pretty sure that the public will be very satisfied that we're getting an additional $1.7 million.
If you want something bad enough, that's how you get it. It's the wrong formula. So that's the first reason I'm voting against it.
Well, then
and
you
what
should
was your
talk
second
to.
question?
You should talk to
just
Nick Pacerno.
one second.
Hold
Just
on.
one second. Just 1 second. Address the chair. Okay. Let me see. You have the floor. So address the chair, and so we don't have this crosstalk and argument going.
Well,
like
I don't
that.
want to do that.
Okay. No, that's cool. You're cool. Okay.
Well,
go ahead.
No, I
You
really don't.
you have the floor, Mr. Holmes.
His second question was when I had conversations with Mr. Pacerno.
Yeah,
Right.
so, I mean,
Sure.
over the weekend, did you call Nick to find out, hey, where are you at with this?
No, because I
Okay,
know where they're
so-
at. I know, I read the
And so
agenda
pretty much,
last night.
in essence, you're saying, okay, I hear what the county commissioners are saying. I don't agree with it, so let's just turn down your 1.7.
No, that's not what I'm saying, Mr. Holmes. What I'm
In
saying.
essence, you really
No,
are, David.
No. What I started off saying was Mr. Pacerno, who's a businessman, said, bring us a proposal. And I had a proposal, and I had a conversation with him and several other county commissioners. Everyone was on board with what I described, right? Then they go to this meeting, and Nick, however he puts it, goes, hey, have you guys considered this? And all of a sudden, well, gosh, Mr. Pacerno said that. Well, that doesn't mean that he didn't also think, well, gosh, we could go with this or that. He said very specifically, bring us a proposal. And he wants everything. I started off by saying that, and you must not have heard that, is as a businessman, he's going to say, give me a proposal. And then if he doesn't hear one when the chair and the superintendent are there, then he's just going to go, well, how about this? And then all of a sudden that became the rule of the land, and there wasn't a follow-up discussion. This is a bad deal. This is
Well, you just said that, you had talked to Nick and he was on board with it, right? Well, it didn't come to pass. So
that's because it was hijacked.
Come on, man.
That's because it was hijacked. I just explained what happened. Look, I'm not going to put the superintendent in the position of asking him publicly whether, but each one of you needs to ask the superintendent. I was very specific when I said the superintendent. I said, look, here's the disconnect. I talked with Nick the night before. All you got to do is show that 5% of 35 million is one. It's easy math and everything's done. And I said, I'm not going to be at the meeting. Ask the superintendent whether I said that or not, and then you'll find out about what Mr. Levy's saying is the truth or not.
Well, the thing about it is you had a weekend to call Nick. You never did. I called the question.
Okay, the question is called. Is there a second to calling the question?
I never got to say anything.
Okay, well, do you want to withdraw your
I've been
question?
very
Call the question?
patient.
I withdraw.
Okay, all right, yes, Ms. Caldwell.
My concern was, and I think I brought this up in the 2x2, was that they still have the pass-through funding going through, which was Dr. Lackler, that was a concern of mine. Was there any conversation with them about that, especially the $50,000 nursing grant, because that's money the state gives us, not necessarily what.
Yes, ma'am. I discussed that with the county manager on a couple occasions. If the flow-through money goes away, number one, then the formula does replace that with budgeted property tax and sales tax. It wasn't something the commissioners were willing to change in the agreement, but I did share that concern that was a question from my board. Yes.
And let me also say that was one of the things when we were talking about this. There are pros and cons to everything, and we really thought that would be a good thing not to have a pass through. They insisted, and you're really talking about, I think it's total of $350,000 out of 39 million. One of the problems is they have all the leverage. They have the money. we don't. And looking at this from the standpoint of 39 million versus $350,000, we decided to go along with what they insisted on. But you have a good point, and we share your concern about it.
Yeah, and I would just add, I mean, you know, I don't ever think we're all going to agree on the same thing, especially with the county commissioners, because I think we as a board value education probably higher than they do. Not any disrespect to them, but they have other priorities. That's what they're hired for. We're hired for the Board of Education, or elected, not hired, elected. So I think, you know, I remember David's plan, and it was a great plan. I don't know what went down, and at the end of the day, we have what we have right now, and we have to deal with that. And I don't think we will get any more if we didn't vote for it. So.
Yes, go ahead.
I'm sorry, yeah, one more time, just to mirror what you said, really, is what I was thinking, is the county commissioners bear the burden of giving us this proposal. The way I understood it, our 2x2 that I had with Mr. Levy and Mr. Locklear the other day, it sounded like Mr. Paserno presented this himself. It was not presented by either Dr. Locklear or Mr. Levy. So I do want to be upfront about that from my understanding of the 2x2 we had the other day. Also, Dr. Locklear expressed some things that it wasn't exactly what he wanted, you know, but we do need to continue the good working relationship that we have with him. I don't want to. I'll repeat again what Stacy said. If we don't take what we're going to get, we may not get anything at all. So, with that being said, I think I'm done.
Mr. Benway, did you have anything to add? I concur. Okay, very, very brief. Okay, now, was there a call to question?
Yes, there was.
Okay, is there a second to call the question?
Well, can we have a discussion on call? Well, there needs to be
David,
a
I
second.
believe that you and I both have spoken about 2 minutes over this issue. I call the question.
Okay, the question is called. Is there a second to the calling of the question? Second, there's a second to
Can we
calling of
have
the
a
question.
discussion on that, or is it non-discussionable? I have a couple comments in response to what Chair Levy said during his
Okay,
thing. Once I say
the
that,
question,
I mean,
it would be, the only issue before us is the calling of the question.
right, I'm discussing
Okay.
the calling of the question.
Okay, how are you in favor of or not in favor of calling the question?
I just said that, you know, part of a deliberative body is you have a debate and discussion. You don't just arbitrarily cut people off. I have a couple very specific responses to very specific things that the chair made when he was giving his speech. And once I say them, I'm done. You guys can vote to cut me off, that's fine, but that's not what a deliberative body's about. That's closed-minded and,
Why don't you save it for board comments and let's just call this question?
well, because it's relevant to the upcoming vote. And
I
if I
don't
say
think
it
it's
after
going
the
to
vote,
change the outcome of the vote.
well, then that means you're not open-minded, doesn't it?
Oh, no, I
Okay,
am
or-
open-minded. I've
enough,
thought about this and
enough.
I've considered it significantly.
Enough. So the question, well, I like doing that.
Yeah, we know.
Sounds good. Yeah, I know. That's cool. All right, the question's been called. We'll move to a vote on the calling of the question. All those in favor of calling the question, please raise your hand. Calling the question, only calling the question. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All those opposed to calling the question, please raise your hand. 1, the question is called. Now the question is called, we'll move to a vote. All those in favor of the funding formula and the superintendent's recommendation to adopt the funding formula, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All those opposed? 1. The motion carries. All right, so
Is that yours?
going on to, I guess that's it. That's board comments, right? Okay, we'll go starting with Mr. Hensley. You have a comment.
Yes, I have a couple comments.
Okay.
I think that we just clearly illustrated, just in the last 2 minutes, the disingenuousness and the hypocrisy of members of this board, because everyone here ran on transparency, everyone ran on discussion and debate, everyone ran on, following the rules of order. And as the point that I made several times, starting at the very beginning of this meeting, was when we had discussion and debate on cutting the number of meetings, the chair made the point, the 2 points of we couldn't possibly cut the meetings down because that would mean we would only have 72 hours to consider things because we published the agenda. We would be forced to vote on things. It was 72 hours notice. It doesn't give us enough time to contemplate it. It doesn't give us enough time to do research. It doesn't give us time to think it through. That was one order of thinking, and half of the school board agreed with that. Yeah, we couldn't possibly do that. And then the other point that the chair made was, gosh, if we present stuff on a Friday and then we vote on it Monday, we don't have time to get feedback from the community. We don't have time to get, citizens to absorb it, to come forward and speak at the school board. That's exactly the position that you guys had 3 months ago. Fast forward to now, and all of a sudden you're 100% okay with what you vehemently opposed 3 months ago. And it's even worse. It's even worse, and I'll tell you why it's worse. Not only was there an agenda published Friday, and here we are voting on something extraordinarily important with no community input and not a lot of time to think about it, but you guys and Vice Chair Davis said, oh yeah, and our 2x2 with the chair and superintendent. So you guys are having these meetings in back rooms that the public isn't privy to, where you're discussing these policy matters. You are the old school board.
Ms. Caldwell.
I got nothing.
Okay, Mr. Benway. Mr. Holmes.
I got something. David, let me ask you this. Up until this is just a rhetorical question. Think about this. I can't recall any time previously, before 2 months ago, that you've taken everything off of the consent agenda. It's always been like that. But all of a sudden now, since you've been removed, then, you're throwing up these objectives like you're right, and you're not always right. You're a smart man, but you're not God. Everything that you say is not truth. So, you know what? Why don't we just all move on with life? I understand you're sore, and that's okay. But why can't we be civil and just move on with life? That's rhetorical. I don't need any comment. I yield.
Okay. Yes. Ms. Davis.
All right. Just a big thank you to our staff, our Dr. Locklear, our teachers that we do love and appreciate greatly. And I'm proud to be here today. Thank you.
Okay. Dr. Locklear.
No, sir, other than thanking the board for your time and engagement today. I greatly appreciate that.
Okay, thank you. Just for myself, there's been a lot of acrimony here today. But, I've been accused of this or that or the other thing. I'm not going to enter into a defense of that. I've read just today some stuff attacking me on social media by a board member. I'm not going to deal with it. The bottom line is that we made a very tough decision today on a funding formula. I do believe that it was the right thing to do. But regardless, I think all of us, and that's each and every one of us, has let his ideas be known. And we also have to realize, and I hope the public realizes, this is what democracy looks like. And it is not people agreeing with everything that is being said and agreeing with each other and the like. We're people who are passionate. But one of the things that the public needs to know about is that we are passionate for our students, and we are passionate for getting the best education possible. And win, lose, or draw on a particular issue, no one is going to really look back at this tape and wonder who was for one thing or who was against another thing. What they're going to wonder about is, have we given these children a good education? And I think that each and every one of us, and that is every one of us, regardless of how we voted today or what we said today, we're all working together to give our students an excellent education. And through Moore County Schools, they are getting the best education in the state of North Carolina. And they are, I think they're going to find out that when you send your kids to Moore County Schools, you're doing them a service, regardless of whether they are the absolute best students and smartest students in the world or whether they have challenges. So I want to thank each and every board member today for your passion. Mr. Hensley, thank you for your passion. And to everyone else, thank you for your passion. And I know our students are going to be better off for it. Do I hear a motion to adjourn? Okay, there's a motion to adjourn. Is there a second?
Second.
Second. All those in favor of adjourning, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? See, we're unanimous. Motion